the streets, corpses near the buildings, all this light and heat. Time to take a stand, boys, time to make a choice. Time to find our courage, time to be deployed. Make our only stand here, make our roads complete. All we waited for now, past and future meet. Get your weapons ready, kiss loved ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Fight the war. Fight the war. Fight the war. Oh, here's why we're fighting. It's about the fight. Let the writers writing settle wrong from right. In the time of conflict, when the bullets fly, in the space of seconds, a life you cannot buy. Face the facts before you, face the simple truth. We're hopelessly outnumbered, it's tragic but it's true. Make your last formation, take the final road. Now it's time for endings, now it's time to go. Fight the war. Oh, fight the war. Fight the war. Souls in the ruins, or rubble in the streets, corpses near the buildings, all this light and heat. Time to take a stand, boys, time to make a choice. Time to find our courage, time to be deployed. Make our only stand here, make our roads complete. All we waited for now, past the future meet. Get your weapons ready, kiss the ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Fight the war. Oh, fight the war. Fight the war. Yeah. It's right, I'm fighting the war, and I'm not going to be doing it with this quark cake. What the heck is that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Hello, Arvanauts. Welcome to a Saturday night stream. It is February 4th, 2017. I am sorry that I am starting late. We had guests over and got a little bit delayed in getting out from that, but we are now here and we are ready to go with day 2 of Creature of Havoc. I hope everyone is doing well, and I hope you've had a chance to answer the question of the day, which is the best dessert, which is either chocolate cream pie, because obviously, ice cream sundae, the classic, never defeated, cheesecake, because it's cheese and cake, which is an impossible combination to stop, tiramisu because it's got that Italian flair, creme brulee because I like pretentious sounding desserts which are literally burned cream, or candy any kind because nostalgia is a thing. I like the idea that cheesecake and ice cream sundae and candy are sort of battling it out. I'm sort of troubled that none of you picked the obvious greatest dessert, which is chocolate cream pie, although I will say that the dulce de leche cheesecake, which is prominent at the Cheesecake Factory, does give chocolate cream pie a run for its money. It is a shame that the dulce de leche cheesecake is not really edible in one day if you're going to survive. The dulce de leche cheesecake at Cheesecake Factory is literally 1,800 calories, which, in case you're curious, is the entire recommended daily allowance for a female and is, I think, 400 calories shy of the daily recommended allowance of calories for a male. So if you ate nothing all day and you just had dulce de leche cheesecake, you would have your entire sort of, calorie situation for that. So, yes, that's the case. And I had, Terry, I have to say, I have never heard of what you just said. Really surprised me. I've never heard of this thing quark, and I had no idea. You were saying that. I'm like, are you trolling just for fun? Because I had never heard that. But there is absolutely cheese in our cakes, in our cheesecake. I mean, that's for sure. I can eat an entire cheesecake. I didn't say an entire cheesecake. I said one slice. Let me say that again. One slice of dulce de leche cheesecake is 1,800 calories. One slice. A full cheesecake is probably like 8,000 calories, okay? And no, I don't want you to try that, Tari, because I like you and I'd rather you not die. So I would prefer to keep you around. So please do not, commit suicide by cheesecake. There's no need for that. It's just, one slice. I'm telling you right now, if you guys are eating an entire cheesecake, there is something seriously wrong. I'm just telling you right now. I just not gonna get the job done. Suicide by cheesecake. I mean, there are worse ways to go. I'll admit there are worse ways to go, but yeah, right, Rap. Like, I just don't even. I remember seeing that and being like, oh my god. And I never ate one of those slices on my own. I always shared it or whatever. But now I get it, and I'm like, especially because the gallstone thing. I'm like, all right, I can have a couple of bites of this a day. Because you figure, right, 1,800 calories. And I mean, God only knows. It's got to be like 400% saturated fat content. I mean, who even knows with that? So I figure I can probably have like 2 bites of that a day and make it last over like 5 days. And that's the, So, but anyway, but I brought it up because we had a very nice dinner tonight, and supposedly there's a chocolate cake being made. I don't know if that's true, but I may end up having a few bites of chocolate cake, in which case I'll make sure to share with all of you, virtually speaking anyway. I hope you guys are ready for some fun times, because I'm looking forward to having some really good time with Creature of Havoc. I want us to get further in here and get the job done and all that kind of good stuff. Well, I am looking forward to it. It should be fun. Before we get there, though, a couple of reminders about ways to support the stream. You guys know the way to do it. !CTT will let you tweet out the stream. !ArvTube will get you to the YouTube channel where you can check out past broadcasts of the stream. !Steam Group will let you get to the Arvanauts Steam Group where you can hang out with the rest of the Arvanauts in between streams. I also make announcements over there. And !Arvtreon. We did actually get a $5 pledge increase yesterday to go up to $4.48, but I would encourage other people to sort of jump on board that as well. If you have not yet subbed to the channel, basically this is my sub system until such time as we are partnered. And if you're able to support the channel at the $10 level, you will get a chance to inspire our Dungeons & Dragons players. So you'll literally get a chance to affect the game that we play of D&D, and that counts for both D&D with viewers, which is going to be happening next week, and it counts for the Infinity and Beyond crew. If you support at $10, you get 1 inspiration per month. If you support at $20, you get 2 per month. So you can get some really cool stuff, and I would encourage you guys to do that if you can, because it would be awesome to get more people involved. When we get to $5.50, of course, we're going to have a raise for our vocalists. At $5.75, the channel gets its own Discord server, which I think will be really cool. And at $600, and this I am super hyped for, $600, we have a Talisman tournament. And I'm not just talking about one game. Talisman tournament means literally there are going to be like quarterfinal rounds and semifinal rounds and the whole 9 yards. So it's going to be sweet. I'm really looking forward to it. So that is the deal with that. Tonight is Creature of Havoc. Next time you'll see me after this, I may be doing my Monday night bonus creative writing cast. You guys know I'm going to do more of this creative cast, so I may start doing one Monday night and one Friday. I don't know. Monday night's up in the air also because I may be meeting up with someone on Monday night, and in which case that would not happen. But otherwise, I may be doing something Monday night. Otherwise, you will see me on Tuesday for GOG, where we will be wrapping up Creature of Havoc, hopefully. And if not, then we'll just hold it over and finish it up in March. But I'd like to finish it in February if we can. So that's going to be happening on Tuesday. And then the later show will be over at GOG during Pen and Pixels, where we will be playing D&D with the GOG stream team, which will be a good time, which would be super awesome. if we could do that and make that happen. So that's what's going on with us, and I hope you guys are able to check stuff out and support the Patreon and the channel and all that kind of good stuff. With all that said, let me get rid of, where are we? Let's get rid of this. Let me get rid of, let's see. Where the heck are you? There we are. Let's get rid of this, and let's turn on that. There we go. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. I hope everybody is doing well and looking forward to some awesome gameplay, because I am certainly looking forward to it. Yeah, so last call on this, guys. Right now, Cheesecake looks like it's going to beat out Ice Cream Sundae, and it's going to beat out Candy, and it's going to beat out Chocolate Cream Pie, which should definitely have more than the single vote that it has, and Creme Brulee. And Tiramisu's got nothing. They got no love for Tiramisu. I thought that we would at least get someone who had like a love for Italian culture might give tiramisu a look, but apparently not. I thought about some other possibilities. I thought about carrot cake, but I feel like carrot cake is very niche. I'm not sure that people are really into carrot cake. I thought about the possibility of maybe like churros. You know, I thought maybe churros, which is, I believe, Mexican. It's kind of the cinnamon Mexican fried pastry type of thing. I thought that was possible. But there we go. See, now tiramisu's got some love. Yeah, see, there we go. You love tiramisu. Well, jump in there, Cloud. If you're going to get the vote in there, get it in now. It's not done yet. There you go. All right, there we go. See, now that surges into the lead ahead of chocolate cream pie, man. I make a great tiramisu. I thought tiramisu was going to get more attention, you know. Fallen jumps in with tiramisu. There we go. Cake, yeah. See, and I thought about putting in regular cake. I could have put in regular cake. I guess I thought about cheesecake, and I'm like, well... Yeah, cheesecake gets my vote. See, it's interesting because I thought cheesecake would be a little more controversial. I feel like cheesecake is kind of polarizing somewhat. I also could have used strawberry shortcake because strawberry shortcake gets love from people too. I hadn't thought about that. I could also have used cookies, but you know, but the problem with cookies is that then there's so much variety. Like, are we talking oatmeal raisin, which are an abomination and a crime against humanity, or are we talking about chocolate chip cookies, which are delicious? Or snickerdoodles, which are really good. You know, these are questions that alter and illuminate our time, as they say. But, okay, we have all of the above. That's a good point, Izzy. I actually do like all of these that are listed. But my favorite is chocolate cream pie. Definitely of that group. See, brownie and ice cream, to me, that's basically kind of cheating. I mean, because you're kind of combining it. Like ice cream sundae has that in there. If you're going to vote brownie sundae, ice cream sundae basically covers that, right? In my view. So, biscuits... No, raisins are not awesome. I must disagree with you, Terry. Just as you were incorrect about cheese and cake. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's fine if you don't agree, but I personally do not like raisins, which is why I gave us no options for raisin choices, because no. All right, so here we go. And the winner is cheesecake. Cheesecake wins, beating out ice cream sundae, beating out tiramisu and candy, which tie for third, and beating out creme brulee, which ends, and chocolate cream pie, which tie for fifth. And I do feel constrained to point out that although cheesecake wins, it wins in a plurality, not a majority, because ice cream sundae and tiramisu together outstrip cheesecake. Tiramisu and candy outstrip cheesecake. So definitely there are some difference of opinions in terms of how this thing actually works. So cheesecake with raisins. What? Why would you ruin cheesecake with raisins? What would possess you, Terry, to do that? I don't understand why. It's horrific. I don't even know what to say. Chocolate raspberry cheesecake, not bad. My wife loves, around the holidays, peppermint bark cheesecake. But see, I'm not a big mint guy. I don't love mint. It's okay, but I don't love it. It's the same reason that I don't necessarily like certain kinds of biscuits that have amaretto, you know, like the almond flavoring. I don't like amaretto much. And so I'm always kind of like, you know, I've never really liked it all that much. Improve. It's just putting turds in cheesecake. It's like, cheesecake, have a turd. You just can't do that. That's exactly right. Yeah, welcome in, Fallen. Good to see you, man. Hope all's well, dude. Good to see you. Welcome back. And yes, while I'm on the subject, by the way, hello to everybody today to start out. Hello to Dark Coleman, to Rexbringer, to Uncle Elias, to Truden, to Terry, to Brucible, to Repscallion, PKD Fan Nonstop, Chamberlain, Mercurius, Lethal Joseph, Kavoth, Kajeldio, Jedi Knight, Izzy's, ECAG, Cloud Kingdom, Brahms, Apples, and of course my wonderful mods, Shadowed Mage, Lego Freak, Kilobyte, and Fallen. And a special shout out to those of you who know that you should have voted for chocolate cream pie. You're very close to my heart. All right. With that said, people, the time has come to move us back into the creature of Havoc. And I think there is no time like the present, so let's do it. Now, as you may remember, this had a very lengthy background, but it sort of set things up for what we were going to do going forward. And as a reminder, you got engaged. Congratulations, Fallen. That's awesome. No, you never have to, you don't have to apologize for not being here. It's fine. Life is life. Congratulations. That's awesome. So yes. So, oh, chocolate cream pie is so good. Oh, so good. So good. But yes, so we had a long background to this, and essentially, you wake up in a dungeon. We wake up in a dungeon as a creature. We don't know anything about ourselves except we have like spines on our back, we have scaly skin, we have claws that retract into our hands, and we don't understand language. And somewhere in the middle of the sort of session yesterday, we happened to find this flask of vapors. We open it up. We only know about that it's a flask of vapors because we read the background beforehand. And the flask of vapors gave us the ability to command our actions. So we now have control over our actions. We still can't fully understand the language, but we can control them. However, I do want to point out that Shadowed Mage did a lot of good work on figuring out the code last night. So we actually do have a code that a code breaker in Shadowed Mage, and Shadowed Mage may be able to help us break down the actual notion of what happens when we come across things with language. So we're going to see how that all works. It's going to be good times. That's funny, Elias. Yeah, I dig it. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be able to have that translation, and I'm looking forward to it. And when we last left our heroes, or our hero, he had found literally one thing, and that is a piece of hide on which was this sort of this information. And apparently, according to what Shadowed said, and I think it says it right here, it says, "Hello, Swinebeard of yore. You have been found guilty of the crime of willful and malicious arson, a most serious offense in the dry regions of Salamonis. As punishment, you are sentenced to undertake a perilous mission of recovery. You must travel northwards and enter the underground domain of Zaradan Mar, there to seek out and recover flasks of swirling vapors. These are the vapors of Stittle Woad. You must find the 3 flasks containing these vapors and return them to this court. On no account must they be opened. This is the sentence of the court, and the guise has been cast. This is your punishment. You must succeed or die in the attempt." That was the hide that we found on the dwarf that we killed because we were a creature. And so, and then underneath that, we had Vapor of Knowledge, Flaxen Mane of Silverton, Winged Helmet. So we found that as well. The Vapor of Knowledge is what gave us the ability to control our own actions. And it said right here, "Genie thing, I am released from my rest. Foul creature, what do you know of the forces with which you tamper? But nonetheless, my purpose is ordained. I bestow on you the power of reason. From now on, you are in control of your own destiny. Now may I return to my peaceful rest until once more the heavens take their oppositions." So that was Shadowed's amazing translation work that he was able to do. And we are good to go. We are pumped up. Well, the face of the vapor was kind of thin and stretched. And I'm actually not 100% sure. Maybe it was described as reptilian. Now I'm not remembering if it was reptilian or if it just seemed like it might be described that way. I don't 100% know, to be honest with you. But we have 12 out of 18 stamina. We have 10 out of 10 skill, 12 out of 12 luck. And that's it. Just that one piece of hide and nothing else. Our name is Gorgor Bone Cruncher. And we still have to figure out what the hell we're doing here, guys. I think we can make a pretty good guess that we're in Zaradan Mar's dungeon based upon the guy that we killed. And we can guess that we released that vapor that gave us some knowledge, but beyond that, we don't have a lot of information about what the hell we're doing here, and that's why it's important to be able to move forward. Snake-like, yeah, maybe that's what it was. So with that said, people, let me pop up some music here. Let's pop up some music. I think we'll go with what did we do yesterday? Let's go with. Let's go with this. Lovely. All right, here we go. We are in quite the pickle, is exactly right, Cloud. But I have faith, guys, because with you and with what is left from my dinner, this delicious chicken breast, I have faith that we will be able to get through this together. So, chat, I have only one question for you, and it can only be answered with the power of Arv Hype, Woblam, So Good, Arv Quill, Arv Dragon. Chat. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Oh, thanks, Joseph. I appreciate it, dude. I really appreciate that, man. Thanks, Lethal. We will. Listen, the channel continues to grow. It's slow and steady. The channel continues to grow. We spread the word like this, and sky's the limit, you know? So we just keep at it, man. Just keep at it. That's what I like to see. Okay. You know, I just noticed, by the way, on the picture on this cover, can you guys see this thing over here of the on the picture of the cover? You see the looks like a little demon thing eating a sun down at the bottom right. I love that sun stuff, man. I love that sun stuff. This is Morrowind's Special Edition soundtrack, Kilobyte. Morrowind Special Edition soundtrack. I really love those illustrations. I really do. It's cool stuff. Teamwork makes the dream work. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. So, we left our hero going down a corridor because it was the end of the night. So, the passage continues west, then turns sharply to the right. A few paces along the corridor, you reach a junction where you can go either west or north. So, you guys are heading west, and then it turns sharply to the right, which means north, by my understanding of what it means if it turns right. So, you now you reach a junction where you can go either west or north. It was, well, and the same composer, right? Oh, was it Justin Bell? I thought it was Jeremy Soule. I thought it was Jeremy Soule. Is it not? Maybe you're right. I mean, I know Jeremy Soule did the Skyrim. No, it says Jeremy Soule. I'm looking right at it. For the Morrowind special. This is the special edition soundtrack. But it does say Jeremy Soule, so. Go west. Life is peaceful there. Go west. In the open. No, yeah, I think it's Jeremy Soule, Terry. I believe so. I'm looking at it, so yeah, I think so. Jeremy Soule's awesome. You know the other thing Jeremy Soule did, which is epic? He did the soundtrack for Icewind Dale, and the music when you walk into the main town, which I can't believe I completely forgot what it was. Kuldahar? I think it's Kuldahar. When you see the World Tree, that music is phenomenal. Oh my god. And that's also Jeremy Soule. So, in my defense, it's 3 a.m. Terry, because we love you, there is no problem. You don't have nothing to apologize for. You just have to apologize for your love of raisins. But other than that, it's fine. Kuldahar. Yeah, Icewind Dale. It's too bad that I don't like that game more than I do. I did get to the end boss. I've never beaten the end boss. I got to the end boss with the guys from the Infinity and Beyond crew. There's just too much fighting in it. It's too much. There's too much combat in it. And it's too bad because I love the setting and I love the sort of the scope. I love the grandeur of it and I love the music. But I just don't like the game all that much because it's too much combat. It's too bad. I like it. It's too much combat for me. Right, exactly. Soundtrack is not one of its issues. Last call here. I shall not apologize. Yeah, Icewind Dale's great. I have to say, Truden, I was thinking about this the other day, so I definitely use a lot of soundtracks when I'm writing and stuff. but the soundtrack for The Witcher 3, especially the opening soundtrack, like the opening for a few minutes, that music is badass too. Really, really good. Is there more fighting than Pillars of Eternity? Yes. And Pillars of Eternity does have too much fighting, you're right. I agree with you, Rap. Too much fighting in Pillars of Eternity, and Icewind Dale is more of it. It's crazy, crazy combat heavy. And I honestly think that was a problem I had with Wizardry 8 also. You know, I think that's part of the issue. I love role-playing games, as you guys know. It's my favorite genre. But I don't like role-playing games that are so combat heavy. I like them balanced. So I do like ones that have a little bit less fighting. Frankly, I prefer the role-playing part to fighting just in general terms. But balance is fine. Like, balance of combat and fight and role-playing stuff is fine. But Wizardry 8's too much combat. And I feel like the best RPGs have a good balance of those things. So, yeah, I mean, now I will say that Pillars does have a fun, interesting story with it. The characters are good. But I like Tyranny better. I really have enjoyed Tyranny more than I did Pillars, although I did like Pillars. And I thought, oddly, I enjoyed the White March Part 1 more than I did the main game. It's going to be interesting to see how I feel about White March Part 2 when I eventually get to it. It's going to be interesting to see how Pillars of Eternity 2 comes out. And I'm looking forward to seeing how I feel about Torment, to sort of combine them all together. But Tyranny is great. Reaper of Souls. So is Diablo Reaper of Souls, that's Diablo 3, right? See, I played and won Diablo 1, and I liked that because it was like the only game in town. It was the first time there had been a game that was really like that put it all together as well as it did. Plus, the Diablo soundtrack is amazing also. Like the Tristan soundtrack with the picked guitar. It's amazing. So Diablo 1 was good. I liked Diablo 2 quite a bit. I liked the Necromancer character, and I had fun with Diablo 2, and when I was moving, I actually broke the original CDs I had for Diablo 2, which sucks, but Diablo 3 I played like 3 hours of, and I was like, not my thing. I too much click. I mean, it's weird to say there's too much clicking in a Diablo game, but I felt like it was way too grindy, and like it had kind of pulled away from that sort of thing. So Tyranny is excellent. Tyranny is excellent. It's not perfect, but it's excellent. It's got a really interesting story. It's got thoughtful characterizations. It's got a neat mechanic. There's some beautiful graphic moments. I feel like Tyranny really kind of gets sort of, it flew under the radar as far as its graphics. Tyranny has some beautiful art in it that I feel like people don't miss. The Fallen Archon, this isn't spoiling anything, Rap, because you find out at the beginning of the game that this one Archon, this one powerful magic person, ended up falling, and it was this stone giant called Cairn. The picture of Cairn is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So, Reaper of Souls is the expansion of Diablo 3. I can't speak to that then, I'm afraid, because I never played the expansion Diablo 3. I only played like 5 hours of Diablo 3, and it was like, not my deal. Wasn't really my thing. Yeah, Torment, I know. As an official release date at the end of the month, I'm trying to finish Tyranny because I'm going to be doing Torment as a series over on GOG. And it's going to be a long series, and I know that, but I'm really excited about that game. I love Planescape Torment, so. Did I last call this? I did last call it, so. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh, Arvbot is not responding. Okay, well. Ah! No. Stop. Help. Oh, no. Woo! That was crazy. Arvbot just flipped out for a second. Okay, so the winner there was, I believe, West was winning. If somebody can confirm that for me, it would be lovely. I think West was winning. But I gotta restart Arvbot. I only clicked it. Well, I tried to end it, and it was like trying to restore, and it didn't work, and mistakes were made. Anyway, West won, right? Hey, Cairo, what's up, man? Yeah, for some reason, something broke about it, so let's start it up. Okay. Let me just get that. That was weird. I've never seen that happen before on Arvbot. Okay. Where are you, Arvbot? there. Okay. There we go. There's Arbot. Arbot's back. Okay, west. I don't trust Arbot. Right. What I actually did was, Cloud, I was like, click, 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 click. That's exactly what I did. No, I tried to restore it, and I should have just tried to close it is what I should try to do. So anyway, west is the winner. Okay. There we go. I wonder if that's a bad sign. I wonder if we're going to go west and something bad is going to happen. And it was like, don't do it. Okay. Let's find out, shall we? A short distance along the passageway, you stop and listen. Distant footsteps and the clanking of metal warn you that creatures of some sort are heading in your direction. Do you wish to return to the junction and head north, or will you continue in the direction you are heading? So... Arbot's going over 3 mana. I thought it was going to break my computer for a second. I was like, oh boy. I needed to end the vote before, I needed to end the process before it, you know, bogged my computer down to nothingness. Gorgor hungry. Oh, okay, so Cairo. So here's the basic story as we know it. In this, good to see, and as I said, good to see. If you guys aren't following Don Cairo, you should, by the way. Cairo's a good dude. So Cairo, what happened is, there's a long background story. And what it does is it introduces this dude called Zeradan Mar, who is a necromancer that dabbles in forbidden magic, who is trying to basically get access to the elf kingdom, because the elf magic combined with his own magic would make him basically invincible. There were other parts to it, but that's basically the very short, incredibly short summary that I can give you. So that background happens, and then we wake up as chat in this dungeon with spines on the back of our head and like scaly skin and claws. We're basically a monster. And at the beginning of the game, we can't even control our actions. We don't understand language. So like the first thing we did was like we killed a dwarf that was in this cell because we just killed him because we're a monster and whatever. And then we left, and eventually we ended up finding this guy. We ended up finding this vial that had these weird vapors in it, and we opened it, and basically it gave us knowledge. And so what that did was it gave us the ability to control our actions, so we can now make choices. We still don't understand language, but Shadowed Mage has managed to translate the language that we have. So we know that there are these things in this dungeon called vapors, one of which we obviously opened. There are 3 flasks, and we found one of them, and according to what we found, the other flasks of vapors need to be found before Zeradan Mar can get them. So we're in these dungeons, and that's basically where we're at. And other than that, we don't know a whole lot. We have like practically no information. So, what is up, Blorp? How you doing? It is Morrowind music, indeed. No, George R. R. Martin is not British. No, he's not. He is definitively American. Hey, Kilgore. What's up, man? Okay, we're continuing to go towards the creatures. Oh, very excited to play this night. Very excited. Also very excited to have a bite of my chicken. I hope you guys will understand. Chicken breast. They do, man. Doing well, Blorp. Doing well. Hey, Cairo, how's your D&D game going, man? How you enjoying Oh, and Cairo, do not miss this Friday, man, because this coming Friday is, I think it's this Friday, right? Is it this Friday? I think it's this Friday. Is D&D with viewers. So we're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons with viewers, and we're going to be doing the Warlock of Firetop Mountain as a dungeon, like basically a role-playing game module. So don't miss Friday, man, if you want to be in. Sounds good, Shadow. Jedi, what do you mean? I know that very well. That's been the big joke, is that there was no Bowling Green Massacre. I know that. What tweet of mine did you mean? There was the fact that the Bowling Green Massacre was brought up was a ridiculous joke. There were a bunch of New Yorkers the other day that were actually they were like Bowling Green Massacre, never forget. Some people were like, if you were in the Bowling Green Massacre, if you died in the Bowling Green Massacre, retweet, because there was no Bowling Green Massacre. Yeah. No, I know that very well, man. That's the joke. It's... Oh, God. Anyway, I'm not going to get into politics right now, but... Ugh is all I can say to that. No, I'm fully aware of that. That's so funny. Approximately between 9 and 9:30. Approximately. But Fridays, sometimes I run a little late. So, but approximately 9 and 9:30. Yeah, Jedi, I should say, since you're a Kentuckian, my thoughts are with you, and if you suffered anything in the non-existent... I saw a great tweet the other day which said, out of respect to the victims of the Bowling Green Massacre, we should make no jokes about it until it actually happens. We should respect the victims by waiting until there are any. Awesome, man. All right, and we're going to close this poll down. I think I last called it already. All right, we're going to keep going towards the creatures. So here we go. Wait, what? 342. Okay, I was like, wait, what? I turned to the wrong entry. I'm like, this is not right. The footsteps and clanking get louder and louder. You can feel your anger rising, and your lips curl back to bare your teeth. Yeah, that's right. 6 votes out of 9. Arvbot is right. That means that 6 votes, 9 people cast votes, and 6 votes was the winner, and that was the 6th vote winner was the creatures. The footsteps and clanking get louder and louder. You can feel your anger rising, and your lips curl back to bare your teeth. Suddenly the footsteps stop and you hear hissing noises. They have heard you approach. The passageway is rough and twisting and you are straining to see any signs of them ahead. You step nearer and nearer and they are doing likewise. Finally, you reach a length of straight passageway. Ahead you can see the dull light of a glowstone, and picked out in the light are 2 human faces. Evidently they can see you too, as their reaction is similar. You stare at each other for a few minutes. They hold their ground. Do you want to attack, or will you wait to see what they do? Okay. Yeah, no problem, Blorp. Arvbot forgives you. Arvbot is a very forgiving... You need to realize, Blorp, that Arvbot is a very forgiving AI. It immediately forgives all human transgressions. When Netowin made Arvbot, he designed it that way at my request. I said, can you make it so that he will always forgive human foibles? And Netowin said, sure. And so Arvbot is very forgiving. Show them what you do, random task. That's true. That's what Arvbot wants us to think. It's a good point, Derek. Arvbot's like, yeah, it's fine. Boop, 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 boop. Yep. Arvbot is a big fan. All right, guys. So far, we're at 4-2. What's it going to be? We're going to wait to see what they do, or are we going to attack? Attack, or wait to see what they do? Oh, also, Brahms, I read what you said earlier on in chat, and I hope that your son's feeling better, Brahms. Hey, Thorg, what's up, man? Yeah, I know. We were just talking about that earlier on, about it being repurposed. Blorp, we know that we have a spine on the back of our head. We know we have scaly skin. We're really big. We have very thick skin as well. And we know that we have retractable claws. So we know that. We don't really know what beyond that. I picture us as basically kind of like Grendel. Except that Grendel, I think, had more furry skin, maybe, rather than scaly skin. But if you want to change the... Cairo, if you want to change the vote, you could just do $ change vote, all one word, space, and then what you want to change it to. So you could do $ change vote and change it to 2 if you want to change your vote. You can always do that. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, Brahms, I've been there. As I think I mentioned, our son was a little constipated yesterday, our 8-month-old almost. And yeah, actually he's going to be 8 months in 2 days. In 2 days he's going to be 8 months. And the poor kid, like, he was roaring, like, really, ah, and he never does that. Like, he can be loud sometimes, but he never just, like, flat out just cries, and he was really in pain, the poor kid. But he's doing much better today. Oh, really, Christensen? You made a $30 bet, preseason bet on the Falcons this year? Nice. Hey, what's up, Zero Kai Wolf? Here to harass Fallen. All right, good to know. If the Falcons win, you get 14... Wow, nice, dude. That is a lot of money to make off a $30 bet. That's one of many reasons to root for the Falcons. The other is, screw the Patriots. I am indeed going to watch the Super Bowl, but I have made a pledge that if the Patriots, as I fear will happen, if the Patriots go up like 3 touchdowns in the second quarter, I'm out. I am not going to watch a coronation for the flippin' Patriots. If it's a close game, I'll stay with it. And if the Falcons are blowing the Patriots out, I will watch with glee. But if the Patriots are blowing out the Falcons, I have no interest in watching more suck-ups to Donald Trump supporters and all that stuff. Ugh. Enough with them. Hey, Parker, what's up, bro? Yeah, definitely, Brahms. And it sucks, too, because for some people, they're like, oh, it's such a burden. It's not about a burden. I just feel bad for my kids. You know, like when your kids are sick, you know the drill, right? You feel like you want to do everything you can to help them and you can't. And then you're like, oh, you know, so it's definitely there. Sorry I took Fallon away for so long. Are you, so Zero, are you the engaged party? Because Fallon told us that he got engaged. Are you the other side of that equation right there? Good to see you, Parker. How you been, man? How's life, dude? I hope everything is treating you well, dude. We finally, Parker, we finally got a block of hotel rooms for the Writers' Symposium at Gen Con. So finally we'll actually be able, the writers will be able to be in the same hotel when we go there this year. It's a Christmas miracle. Well, a little bit past. Some jerk sent me work to do in the weekend. This jerk is sorry. This jerk is sorry for sending you work. But at least this jerk is going to pay you for the work. So there's that. At least there's something. You are. Well, congratulations, Zero. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just make sure that, you know, Fallen can be a little goofy at times. So just make sure that you keep him on the straight and narrow, you know. Aw. Yeah, you know, it's funny though, Brahms. It's one of those things that I find later on when you remember that. Like the first, I think it was the first night, my daughter just sent me and just slept with me overnight. I'm on the couch. We were listening to classical music on the TV on our little cable channel there. And while my wife got some much desperately needed rest. And I've always wondered about that because I always felt like that was a real bond that I was able to make with my daughter. And who knows, one night, does that do something? But I've told you guys that I widely consider my daughter the love of my life. And that's no slight at all upon my wife, but I just adore my daughter. She's a wonderful, wonderful kid. So I was thinking about that when I had all the hospital stuff that I told you guys about relating to the heart arrhythmia earlier on. My son was all around for that, obviously. Like, he was a big part of that. And I felt like, in a strange way, that experience brought us closer together. And it may sound ridiculous, like he's not going to remember it, but something sort of biochemically or something tied us together there. And I think that was the deal. So that made a big difference. Exactly, Thor, yeah. So, he's goofy as hell. Oh, the music's a tad loud? Oh, okay, I'll turn it down. Thanks, Christensen. Let me know if that's better. Let me know if that is better. Sorry about that. Oh, thanks, Terry. That's very kind of you to say. I try to do my best. Okay, so let us wait to see what they do. All right. Ho them, Lord, they do not know what they do. Okay, hang on a second here. They seem reluctant to advance towards you. Your sighs and your angry snarl must be daunting to them. They mumble something to each other and turn round. They have decided to leave you and are retracing their steps. Their glowstone goes out and you lose sight of them. You may now continue safely. Bewildered by your experience, you wander off north along a main passageway. You soon reach a junction where you must decide whether to continue north or turn east. Alright, so... I think that's what it is. Continue north. Oh no, my bad. The other way around. Continue north or turn east is what we actually meant. Continue north or turn east. Yeah, you know, I was wondering about pulling Kilobyte in for the mapping structure. We probably should have been doing it before, but what we'll do is if we become sort of hopelessly lost and we drop back to one of the save points for whatever reason, then maybe I'll ask either Kilobyte or someone else to jump in with the mapping. Nah, that's funny. Cliff Racer flashbacks, yeah. The thing I remember most about Morrowind in a positive sense are the Silt Striders. The Silt Striders and the sound of the Silt Striders. Those were awesome. It was a great concept. Alright, last call on this. Continuing north or turning east. Last call. Yeah, you've gotten a lot of play out of it, haven't you, Kilgore? You've had on your channel. On GOG. You've gotten a lot of play out of Morrowind, I think. If you guys are not following Kilgore, by the way, you should be. Kilgore is a good dude. Plays a lot of retro stuff. He is playing right now Morrowind on GOG, and he's playing Arcanum, which I played on my channel a few years ago. He's playing right now. And I think he's enjoying it, is my sense of it. I have met him IRL, and he's a good guy, and a guitar teacher of many years, and once drove a Zamboni. So you know that he's got to be good. Nice, Jedi. What's up, Demiser? Yeah, I really liked Arcanum. I played Arcanum like 3 years ago, Thorg. At least. It might be... I think it was 3. It was back in the day when I wasn't like, it was old school, man. I wasn't, I didn't basically chroma key out my chat window or anything. It was old school. And fade to black. Right. I told someone that story that people are more interested in your Zamboni driving, and the people I told it to were like, "Oh yeah, I'd like to know about a Zamboni." Like there's some fascination about Zambonis. I don't get it. All right, continue north it is. All right. The passage twists and turns until it leads you into a wide cavern. You pause to survey the way ahead. There are no creatures to be seen, and all is still except for a dull humming which is forming an almost unnoticeable background noise. The wall to the left is riddled with large holes like a huge honeycomb, and many of the holes are lit with a yellow glow. In the center of the cavern, a few steps off the path, is what seems to be a small pool of shimmering liquid. Do you want to pass through the chamber as quickly as possible? Do you want to investigate the light coming from the holes? Or will you have a look at the pool of shimmering liquid? Typing today. All right, what's it going to be, guys? Aha! See, there's Rapscallion. There's Rapscallion remembering her lore. Dat lore, though. I don't actually know if it is or not. And again, as I say, we've been in uncharted territory for a few books now. So, so you guys will find this amusing. Today, I'm looking for a portable CD drive because my wife's new computer doesn't have one and she wanted to install an old program that I had. So in the process of looking for that, I open ArvBox to look my portable unit, the suitcase that I hold ArvBox in, and I look in there to find it. I don't find that, but guess what I do find? My Sword of the Samurai Fighting Fantasy Gamebook that I had sworn I had not found. I thought that that TSA had stolen it or something when I was going through the airport, and so I had to reorder it. So I now have 2 copies of Sword of the Samurai. I was just like, it was like this secondary, practically hidden pocket. I'm like, how the hell did I even find this in the first place to put the book in there? It's nuts. The furry in you says, look at the shiny stuff. Wow. All right, I'm going to last call this because it looks pretty definitive. Yeah, it was dumb. It was totally dumb. And I swore I looked in every conceivable pocket of that thing. I swore, I was like, man, it looks so lonely. I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in and stops my mind from wandering where it will go. Ba-da-do-do-do. Hey, hey, hey. All right. So, pool of shimmering liquid it is. You leave the path and walk towards the shimmering liquid, treading carefully across the rough boulders. As you get close, you see something that causes you to stop, blink, and look again. Out of the corner of your eye, you were sure you saw the liquid suddenly rise in the air, then fall almost immediately to become smooth once more. But this happened without any sound. You take another careful step forward, and as you are now next to the pool, you realize to your horror the mistake you have made. This is no pool at all. The shimmering surface is in fact the gloss on the wings of a giant hornet, which is feeding in a crevice. As you look down on the creature, it turns its large, ugly head up at you, mandibles clicking hungrily. With a flutter of its wings, it takes to the air and hovers ready to attack. Aiming its sting at your chest, it plummets towards you. You must resolve your battle with the deadly creature. Although not strong, the giant hornet has one powerful weapon. If you roll a double while rolling for its attack strength, it has managed to sting you and the effects are fatal. You will die unless you also manage to roll a double in the same attack round. If you do manage to roll a double with your attack round roll, then you do not die, but must take 6 stamina points of damage instead before your instant death blow kills the Hornet. Resolve your battle. Well, crap. These odds, I know. All right, so here we go. Lego, are you with us? Are you ready to re-begin? Once again, to recommence your dice rolling, sir. Now, remember, you guys, if he, giant horny. I know. As I was writing it, I'm like, I hope nobody noticed it. Yeah, of course they noticed. Okay. So the hope, actually, is that you guys kill it off, like, with a double in the first round. So, let's see what we can do. No, don't cheat. There'll be no cheating. Lego has more integrity than that. Alright, let's go to it. Make it happen, man. Way to kill our buzz. 9. Okay, so that's a 19. So he needs a 13 to tie. He doesn't get it, and he doesn't get a double. So you hit him, and you do 2 points of damage to him. He's down to 5 points of stamina. Okay, next round. Still sad, Tuba. Okay, next round. Let's see what we got up next. Beg your pardon. Excuse me. 9 again. Okay, 4 and 2. Didn't roll a double, so you hit it again. It's down to 3. All right. Here we go. 8, no doubles, okay? He rolls a 3, so he's down to 1 point of damage. All right, final roll. Let's see if you can take this guy out. I want to see that reaction to the instant regret. 4 doubles? No doubles. He gets a 3. Woo! All right, you guys kill the Hornet. It does not sting you. Man, if you defeat the Hornet, you had better leave the chamber quickly, it says. You gotta get the hell out. You take the path... Nice work, Lego. You take the path carefully through the cavern so as to avoid any danger. The path leads out through a narrow archway into a passage which you follow east until you reach a junction where a side passage leads southwards. Yeah, I was close. I was worried. It's like, get the hell out of there, freaking giant Hornet. You decide to choose the eastward passage and you follow it to a sharp bend to the right. Almost immediately after the bend, you find yourself at the foot of a staircase and you climb the stairs carefully. Then a corridor leads straight ahead southwards until you reach a T-junction where you may turn either east or west. So apparently not a rainbow pool. Yeah, I guess not. Oops, sorry. So what did it say here? East or west? East. Yeah, that's pretty random. I mean, like, I guess I can see how the gloss on the wings of a Hornet might look like a pool, but it's still, it's not your standard, you know, it's not your standard approach. Alright, we got 6 for east, we got 7 for east, 4 for west. Go east, where the others go. Go east. All right, let's last call that up. Darkened Depths. Digging the soundtrack, man. What was your question? Oh, do you think the cover shows Zaridan? I actually wondered if it was that or if it was the... If it was that... Remember the elf, like the cruel elf guy that basically took over the mines for Hannekus? Remember he took over for Hannekus, and I want to say that I thought that they said that he was like some kind of elf vampire dude. So I was thinking that might be him also. I don't know which one it is. It could be one of the two of them. No, no, Thugraf is the troll. It's the other one. It's, I'll find it. It's not Thugraf, it's, what's his name? Daramos. Daramos. He's a half-elf and he's one of the undead. Yeah, Daramos. So I thought maybe it might be that guy. Because he's got the vampire teeth thing going on, you know? I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. Okay. So, we are going east. Sounds like a plan. Alright, here we go. The rocky corridor continues for some time and then turns sharply southwards. Ahead of you, at the end of the passage, is a sturdy wooden door. To your left is another door. Will you try the door straight ahead, or the door to your left? Yeah, Daramos. Daramos is the guy. I love the active voting. I love it. I love it. I love everything about it. It's awesome. I appreciate it. It's good stuff. Close one. Alright, let's last call this. I'm gonna last call this right now. Pleasure to see everyone. Solid turnout. Hopefully we can keep this going. Get that turnout even higher. I'm super pumped to get to the point, by the way, where we have like a Fighting Fantasy Gamebook session with like 200 people in chat. Just because I would love to see that. No, like I think that would be epic. So I'm looking forward to that day. It's gonna be awesome as we get more and more people. Yeah, exactly, Clyde. You open the door and see a pole of ship. You close the door. This is not a giant hort. It's a giant bee. Oh, son of a giant wasp. The other day, I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago, I was replacing light bulbs around the house because there were a few. You ever have those things where you have like a light fixture that's kind of a pain to get to, and so you don't do it until you have to? So I was changing light fixtures, and one of these had one of those big things where, hey, what's up, Dragon Spear? How you doing, man? Exactly, Thor. Giant bumblebee. So I'm undoing the thing, and it's one of these deals where it's like so you got the light bulb that's down from the ceiling, and then the sort of the shade, whatever, the thing that goes over it is leading up. So basically it covers whatever you see on the other side. You can just see the light coming through it. So I unscrew it and I open it, and there's this massive corpse of a wasp in the light. And I actually remember when I saw this, it was like last summer, early in the summer, when this wasp somehow got in the house. And we were trying to like drive it away with whatever. And I finally managed to, we thought, either kill it or drive it away. And we hadn't seen it anywhere. Apparently it had gone up and somehow found its way to this light fixture where it died. But I opened it and I'm like, ah! It's just like, this creature was just like going to be like, I am the undead wasp of doom. You know what I mean? Like, it was interesting. Okay. All right. That was the end of that one. So let's go with, how about Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim? How about... Yeah, I was just like, ugh. The only good wasp is a dead wasp. Right, because it's not like, exactly, they're just bad, just in general. Okay, so... door at the end of the passage it is. Here we go. Okay. All is silent as you enter. The room is large with a high ceiling and a musty smell permeates the air. There are 4 doors leading from the room, one in each wall. A long table stands in the middle of the room, and on it is a short stick with a metal head lying next to some small spikes. A couple of planks of wood are resting against the table. This is evidently a workroom of some sort. In one corner of the room you find the products of the work carried on here. Two tall and thin wooden boxes, almost as tall as you are leaning against the wall. They are standing next to a hole in the wall just above floor level, which is wide enough to fit one of the boxes through. You puzzle over this for some time. What do you want to do? Have a look inside the boxes, investigate the hole in the wall, or ignore what you see? All right, what's it going to be? What's in the box? So, have a look inside the boxes, investigate the hole in the wall, or ignore what we see. Hey, what's up, Law? What's going on, man? The word snake or Metal Gear Dragon. But they're not cardboard, right? So I would love to do that, and then all of a sudden it says, you feel a big exclamation point appear over your head. Rink! You know? It could be loot. There's no doubt about that. It could absolutely be loot. What was I going to say? So, Law, are you ready? Are you getting ready for the trip? Packing for tomorrow. It's an adventure book. We have to open all the boxes. I'm going to last call this because it seems fairly definitive. Law is coming out to New York. I'm actually supposed to be getting together with him on Monday. Well, see, the thing is, Rap, remember, we now have found the vapor of knowledge, so we may understand it more than we used to. I still don't think we understand really too much about it, but we definitely have more control over our actions than we used to, so that's something. Neither. I am wearing an Irish Rules football. Irish Rules football, Dragon. This is Irish Rules jersey. But the bee pun. It's a trap. It's a trap. Man, it was so... I swear, the day that they took away the Admiral Akbar emote was a sad day. I forgot that you were playing D&D with Cairo. That's awesome. I dig it, man. All right. There we go. Yeah, you were close. Clearly Falcons. We were just talking about this. Cairo desperately wants the Falcons for a reason that he'll describe. Okay. Here we go. You step over to the two boxes and shake one of them. Something soft and heavy bumps about inside. This arouses your curiosity and you search for a means of opening the box. But none is apparent. In your frustration, you tip the box over and it crashes to the ground. Your attention focuses on the wider end as a splitting sound from within the box gets louder. Suddenly a crack appears in the wood. Then another. Finally, the front of the box smashes apart, and your eyes widen as they catch sight of this. Let me tell you what they catch. You catch sight of this hideous thing. A human shape appears, or rather, something resembling a human corpse. But it is not dead, as its thin lips are slowly curling back to reveal sharp teeth and a forked tongue. In an instant, the creature suddenly sits bolt upright and turns its head towards you. Its eyes flick open. Okay, so now, Shadowed Mage, are you ready? It's time to translate, Shadowed. It's time to test Shadow Mage's knowledge. Here we go. This is what it says. I'm going to type in a few words at a time. Okay. Oh, actually, is Shadowed Mage here? Because it just struck me, he might have said... I think Shadow Mage is here, right? I saw him. I did see him, right? Because he said he was leaving. He's back. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. That's what he said. There's more. Okay, there's where it is. The second one. Let me see. Let me make sure I type that in right. Yeah, the second line is right. Yeah, so remember, now Shadowed, and he might be able to explain to you guys, and maybe Shadowed wants to talk about it, he might be able to explain to you guys how he got the code figured out, like what the code is as he understands it, because that way you guys could all, like, maybe write it down and be figuring it out together with you guys, with him, but that's what he says. So I'm just waiting before I go on to tell you the rest of what it says. That's all that he says, but then there's more to the entry itself. Hey, what's up, Iscariot? This is... Shadowed figured it out, Thorg. Shadowed figured it out. Or, well, I won't tell you whether it fits the way that they describe it. They do give you a way to figure out the code within the book also. But Shadowed figured it out, so I don't... his version of it, so I don't want to say how much he's right or wrong, but... Okay, so far the translation is as follows: who disturbs the rest of the curse witch, and then foul creature you dabble, and then the next thing he says, or she or whatever, is foul creature you dabble with what you don't understand. All right, so I'm just holding on before I tell you guys what happens next. So we've got so far, I like their reactions too. Is it female? I told you it was a coffin. My God, what face? You. I said to ignore it. Should have looked at the hole in the wall. It's Mom. She's about to give us a tongue lashing. I thought the boxes were too thin and narrow to be coffins. So, who disturbs the rest of the curse witch? Foul creature. You dabble in with what you don't understand. None may interfere with... It says it's... Iscariot, it says it's not dead. It's something, though. And then it says, none may interfere with something. And we're waiting to see what it doesn't interfere with. I like the image that as it's telling you this, you're like, hold on a second. And as a creature, you're like with crayon, right? Like on a piece of scroll, you're like... Yeah, you're like, okay, carry the one. And the creature's like, and your creature, you're like, hold on, what was that? Say it again. Was it fub or was it boof? Could you pronounce that again? Was it boof or fub? It sounds like it's a curse witch. Like, oh, according to what it said about itself. Maybe that's just a bad translation. Maybe it's a lich. Could be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Baba Yaga, I like that. Slower, please. I'm a tourist here. Exactly. Exactly, TNS. This next one is giving me problems. Yeah, sorry for the delay, guys, but I figure it's helpful to do this. It's a girl who didn't get her beauty sleep. That would be a lot of beauty that would need to catch up on. I'm telling you right now. We have a little phrase book. You're like, hello. I am a jelly donut. Oh no. I hear travel you. Hello. Greets. Box you is. Monster understand thing. Food. Where is passport? Oh, man. All right, you guys can help along. You guys can follow along. So that's the line that Shadowed is trying to translate right now. So you can help. If you know the secret to the code, you know, the code that he gave you. This is the music I'm talking about when you go into Kuldahar. Oh, gorgeous. But if you guys can do that, then you can help move things along here. Oh, I can imagine, Parker, yeah. Good night, Blurp. I really hope that's right. None may interfere with Perp Face. You will feel the wrath of Perp Face. He says that, and you're like, you figure it out, then you just start cracking up, and he's like, and you're like, Perp Face? Oh, God. Do not mock Perp Face. Perp Face will destroy you. I really hope it's Perp Face. Can we just make it Perp Face? My brother Greenface is nothing compared to Perp Face. I am Perp Face, the magnificently purple. It's perfect. Perfect. I am Perp Face. Because reasons. I've seen enough hentai to see where this is going. Final boss, Perp Face. You will suffer before Perp Face. Oh, God. Why do you mock me? And it ends with Zaradan the Master. No one may interfere with Perp Face or Zaradan the Master. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Good job, Shadowed. Exactly. System broadcast said perp face. Hashtag perp face. Oh my god. The creature's eyes fix onto your own. They glow white, and you find you cannot break from the gaze. When its eyes finally close, you feel strangely lightheaded. As if in a trance, what's up with intent? You step away from the corner and head towards the door in the east wall. You open it, step through, and it closes behind you. Only then do your thoughts return to normal, but you are far from normal. You have been cursed, and until you are able to find someone who can remove the curse, your initial skill has been reduced by 2 points, and your initial stamina by 5 points. If your current skill and stamina exceed these limits, you must reduce them as necessary. Now you may continue by turning to 436. So you guys mocked the perp face, but then he brought down the hammer of the curse upon you. This is what happens. You laugh at perp face, next thing curse. Yeah, his love was too strong. It's scary, man. He was not messing around with this. Okay, well, that sucked. Perp face's love. Okay, so, curses happen. So, you now have 4 doors to choose from. Will you try the door in the east wall, the west wall, the north wall, or the south wall? The other students were Balthus Deer, B-A-L-T-H-U-S-D-I-R-E, Balthus Dyer, I'm sorry, not Deer, Balthus Dyer, and the other one was Zagor, the Warlock, because Zagor is the guy from the Warlock of Firetop Mountain. So, east wall, west wall, north wall, or south wall? Okay. There it is. East wall, west wall, north wall, or south wall? Baron Zakumvich, yeah, from Deathtrap Dungeon. But he did not study with him. He did not study with his dude. Yaztromo, yeah, from Forest of Doom, but he did not apparently study with this dude either. I think this is where the evil mages went, you know what I mean? That's basically how that went down. If you were evil, you went to study with this guy. If you were good, you hung out with Yaztromo. I was very tempted to put one of the options, east wall, west wall, north wall, south wall, or perp face, but I knew that perp face would get a unanimous vote, and that's not actually an option in the text, so I figured I better not take a chance. I was real tempted, though. You know, if you guys hadn't made fun of him for saying perp face, he might have given us, like, gold. Alright, monster, I will bestow upon you the knowledge of language. You're like, really, perp face? He's like, curse. None may interfere with our peace, save for Zaradin Mar the Master. Oh, so this thing was one of the things that Zaradin Mar was experimenting on, because remember Zaradin Mar is a necromancer. So he was experimenting on this thing, and he's like, none may interfere with us except for Zaradin Mar the Master. Perp face, this is not even my final form. My final form is green face. First perp face, then perp legs. Now perp body. Finally perp walk. Oh, God. You must be taught to respect the sleep of the undead. Wow. Well, I guess that didn't happen. I guess we didn't do too much respecting sleep. Yep, I remember that. North, east, or Dennis. You must be made to feel the wrath of the cursed witches. And you must be made to feel the wrath of the perp face. Alright, and... let's close that pull down. Okay, north wall it is. You step over to the door in the north wall, but as you grasp the handle, a deep creaking sound comes from behind you. You swing round to see the door in the east wall slowly opening. Glowstones in the passage beyond the door flick on to light up your way. You cannot resist this invitation and you leave through the east door. The passage leads east. A short distance ahead you arrive at a rocky bridge across a deep chasm. Far below you can hear the sloshing of a slow-moving river, and you step up to the edge of the bridge to get a better look. A disgusting smell is coming up from the river, and as this hits your nostrils, you stagger a few paces backwards. But this is the only way on. The bridge is narrow and wet from the moisture in the air. No doubt it is slippery too. Nevertheless, you have no choice. You hold your breath and step onto the bridge, but halfway across you lose your footing on the slippery bridge. Test your luck. The slipping on the bridge thing? I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't remember it. Possibly, though. Alright, so Lego has tested our luck, and we are found to be lucky. Of course, we were automatically going to be lucky. You always lose a point of luck when you test your luck, but the good news is that you did successfully hold on. You gotta hold on to what you got. Hashtag stand with the perp face. Oh, it might be. That could very well be Lego. I don't remember that specific one, but possibly. It is impossible to fail it, yeah, but I always want people to roll because the sort of concept in role-playing you might have heard of, Thorg, is like clearing the die roll. Like, you know, whatever you would get on that die roll, you want to get out of the way because you would have rolled it on something else otherwise, so. You regain your footing and hurry across the bridge to the other side. Shaken by your near accident, you continue until you arrive at a side passage on the right. You don't like the look of this side passage, so you continue eastwards. You follow the passage eastwards, peering ahead as the glowstones flick on to light your way. Eventually you arrive at 2 doors and you listen for any clues as to what may be beyond. No noise comes from behind the door in the north wall, but there are definite sounds coming from behind the door in the east wall. A heavy breathing is unmistakable and is interrupted by loud snorts. This sounds ominous. Do you wish to try the door in the north wall, or will you charge the door in the east wall? So the east wall's got this noise there. So the question is, do you want to try the door in the north wall, or charge the door in the east wall? The door in the east wall is where the sound is coming from. Because present rolls affect future rolls. No, I'm just saying whatever roll that you make, that's 6, you're going to roll that 6 whether it's now or whether it's later. So the question is, when are you going to use the 6? For what time are you going to use the 6? At least that's the concept. Be a man, by which I mean a monster thing. Be a monster, you're gonna hit it with all your... Be a monster because you know that's the way you like it. Mysterious as the spines on your back. All right, last call. People are digging the charge the east wall thing. Who is that girl I see staring right back at me? Is there something my reflection I don't know? Somehow I cannot hide what is there deep inside, because I'm a creature of havoc inside. Uncertain, Thorg. Oh, really, Terry? That's funny. Not sure, Thorg, because she might be a little freaky. She might be a little freaked out for it. I don't know. I have to sort of do some searching, because Centamine is still pretty sensitive. I made sure to read the plot to Moana before we went to that, for example. So I need to check into it and decide. So, uncertain. What is this sorcery? Did I last call it already? I did. Alright. Time has come to charge. Freaked out is what I meant. Not freaky. Freaked out. Oh, good. I'm glad, Terry. Okay. The door shutters under your charge, but does not open. Lose 1 stamina point. You try again, and this time the bolt is torn from the frame. The door flies open, and you step into the room, ready for the creature inside. The room itself has a door in each wall. Scattered around one corner is an untidy pile of bones. In another corner is a half-eaten human carcass. Standing over the carcass, and evidently annoyed that its meal has been disturbed, you see this. That's a good question, Rap. She really likes Moana right now. Moana might be the winner at the moment. Her favorite overall, though, is probably Wally. She absolutely adores Wally. She liked Frozen. She liked Inside Out. She really likes Inside Out. She even had an Inside Out themed party. But I think Wally is probably her favorite. Although, as I say, Moana has definitely given it a run for the money. Okay, you see this. Moana's really good, Terry. I really like Moana. It's a great message. There's great music in it. It's music. The music that's in it is done by Lin-Michael Miranda, who's the guy who did Hamilton. And it's a wonderful message. It's great. It's great. Inside Out is also great. Standing over the carcass and evidently annoyed that its meal has been disturbed is a bulky creature with a hairy face, razor-sharp teeth, and wild eyes. As you enter, it turns to attack, and you must resolve your battle with the Manic Beast. The Manic Beast is so called for its tremendous bursts of rage. Each time you inflict a wound on the Manic Beast, its anger will rise for the next attack round, and you must add 2 to the dice roll when it rolls for attack strength. If you wound it again during this next attack round, it will retain the bonus for the next round, but if you do not, its temper returns to normal and the bonus is lost. So basically every time you hurt it, it goes from skill 7 to skill 9, and then and it stays there until you don't hurt it, and then it drops down again. So, it's you in the morning before coffee. Now, you have an advantage over it in its non-angered form. When it's angry, though, not as much. All right. More or less. Yeah, that's more or less it, Lego, yeah. All right, let's do it up, guys. Let's defeat this Manic Beast. You must go after it, Lego. Enrage! Also, I recommend doubles, so you can just kill this thing outright. Four, no doubles. 12. Okay, it needs a 5 to tie, a 6 to beat. It gets an 8. It hits you for 1 point. Whoopah, 1 point. Yeah, what'd I say, Michael? Lin-Manuel Miranda, sorry. Did I say Lin-Michael? Sorry, I meant Lin-Manuel. 6, no doubles. Okay, so we're talking 14. Needs a 7 to tie, an 8 to beat. It gets a 7 to tie. Alright, so no harm, no foul. An 11. All right, it gets a 4. So you hit it, do 6 damage. Now its skill goes up to 9. Beast versus beast. In the new psychological thriller, Perp Face. 4 doubles. You just, like, crush its head. You're like, you think you're a beast? So you yell out your war cry, in the name of Perp Face, and smash its head. All right, so you have defeated it. You may, if you wish, regain your strength by waiting for a few moments in the room before continuing. You can pass the time by feasting on either of the dead creatures. Which looks the tastiest, the manic beast or the human carcass? Or will you ignore the food and simply leave the room? All right, so... We're better than this. Well, don't forget, you do have the stamina, although I guess you're only down, you can't until that curse goes away. You've only got a maximum of 13 stamina. It was one of the Game Boy Final Fantasies. Do you guys remember there was a Game Boy Final Fantasy, maybe it was Final Fantasy Adventure or something, where one of your characters was a monster and it literally would defeat other monsters. It would get the meat of the monster. If it ate the meat of the monster, it would change into something else. So it could basically change into stronger monsters. You have the option to rest and not eat them. Sadly not. The only option that you're given, Terry, is to either leave the room or eat one of them. Final Fantasy Legend. That was it, Rex. Okay, yeah. I actually have that somewhere. FF Legend, Legend 2, Legend 3. Because I have it someplace. It was a good game, actually. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, it is good stuff. Will the meat be raw or cooked? I'm thinking you're looking more at the sushi option here, Terry. That's the Perp Face diet, is sushi. Hashtag Perp Face. I really would love Perp Face to become a meme that no one would understand except us. Right? People would be like, where the hell, why is this Perp Face hashtag trending? And we'd be like, haha, if only you knew. If only you knew. It is the paleo diet, yeah. I see Manic and I just think of the Bangles song Manic Monday. It's just another manic beast now. Oh, I'm gonna have a feast now. Oh, that's the least now. Oh. Whoa, my God. That's not disturbing at all, Law. Yeah, I only have Better TTV. Can you have Better TTV and Frankerface Z installed at the same time, or do they conflict with each other? It's true, Cloud. Oh, really, Lies? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, looks like the human carcass is the will of chat. All right. Human carcass. So... you tuck into your meal. Frankerface messed with that BTTV. Oh, really? Don't forget to add yeast now. Exactly, Kill. You tuck into your meal. The meat is rather tough, as it is no doubt several days old. But while you're eating, something catches your attention. Tied around the human's waist, you find a small leather pouch which contains 2 gold pieces. So that answers your question, Rap. I guess we do understand what loot means now because of the knowledge, so we do actually have that. You may take these with you. You also gain 4 stamina points from the meal, but of course you max out at 13 because of the curse. That means that we're below our initial stamina. Your attention is also captured by 2 glass flasks lying by the side of the unfortunate human. Though they have been battered in the struggle, they are not broken, and each contains a colored liquid. Would you like to drink the green liquid? Would you prefer to drink the blue liquid? Or do you wish to drink neither? Get ye flasks. Yeah, it's true. What would Perp Face do, right? All right. Where are we keeping our gold? I'm not sure if we want to answer that question, do we, Rapscallion? Not sure that we want an answer to that question. I'm just saying. Just saying. Morbidly obese. Great. All right. Well, the blue liquid. Okay. Let's see what it says. Blue liquid. The blue liquid smells sweet, and you sip down the contents of the flask. There is no noticeable effect. But the effects of the potion of fear you have just drunk will not be revealed until you enter your next battle. When you do so, you will feel strangely afraid of your opponent, and you will never again be able to use the instant death rule unless you find someone who has the power to remove curses. Well, crap. This is lovely. What a tremendous, yeah. Yep. And neither. Yeah. You leave the room through a door in the east wall. The door opens into a dingy corridor, which is quite short and ends at a wooden door. Oh, and I think this is probably a good point for a save point. The door opens into a dingy corridor. To Truden, which is quite short and ends at a wooden door. When you listen at the door, you can hear conversation rising and falling in pitch, as if 2 or 3 creatures, or humans, were locked into a long discussion. This is your only way onwards. Will you try the door and attempt to creep slowly into the room, or will you attempt to surprise whatever is inside by charging into the room with claws drawn? Yeah, I know. I know the save point. Well, listen, you restored your stamina, though. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to last call this up. Yeah, no, exactly. See the cool stuff. All right. Oh, also, let me switch that up. So we're now past that room. All right. So it looks like we're talking about creeping slowly into the room. Let's do it. All right. You carefully try the door. It creaks on its hinges but opens easily, allowing you into the room. You are ready for the creatures inside and hope to surprise them. But when you enter, it is you who are surprised at what you see. Your own death. No. The room is roughly circular, with doors in the north, south, and east and west walls. Sorry, north, south, and west walls. Around the walls, in between the doors, are dark arches, a total of 6, which are large enough for you to enter. But from your position, it is impossible to know how deep they are. Let's see. Right. The voices which you heard earlier have stopped, as if your entrance has surprised whoever or whatever was talking. There is no sign of any living creature in the room. You step into the center and you are startled when the door slams shut behind you. You must now decide what to do. Will you leave the room through one of the doors, or stay to investigate the room further? All right, what's it going to be? Leave the room or stay to investigate further? All right, chat seems very excited to investigate further. I'm going to last call this up. Get your votes in now if you want. All right, and all right, you are going to stay to investigate. Oh, sorry, Truden. Sorry, Truden. your vote is noted, though. It would have been a 2. I'll sort of mark that up there. Sorry about that. Okay. You glance from arch to arch, trying to decide whether to investigate them. The stillness is unnerving. Whatever happened to the voices you heard? As if in answer to your question, a sound drifts out from one of the alcoves. Now, normally I would write this out, but because Shadow Mage isn't here, I'm just going to read it out to you guys, because it gets translated right in a minute. Boof revuf. Come from river for jubber woof nop tibble when art british urge Christopher Ash for purpose. Deploy puffin of it most running from of goof. Purpose rough never enough puff big at from of it laughing gabovig. Krugger given of a mug buck fagavin with thang. Van oig? What about this? Is that better? Ah, yes. I can tell you understand me. Look, I can help you. Maybe you'd like me to direct you to a tasty morsel, 2 fat hobbits? Or shall I tell you about he who knows all your secrets? I speak, of course, of Zaradan Mar. Come, talk to me. You are stunned to silence by the voice speaking to you in your own tongue. It is inviting you towards one of the arches. Will you enter and speak to the being within, or does something strike you as odd about this strange voice? Will you enter the arch and talk to the owner of the voice, or will you leave? All right, what's it gonna be? Here, dee boo, dear bird, dee bird, dee boo. Here, dear boo, dear doo. Bork, bork, bork. So I do wish to emphasize this is not, in fact, the Swedish chef, just in case anyone was thinking about it. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that Finnish is very difficult for English speakers to pick up, but Swedish is easier, so... Yes, I saw about that. I did hear about that, Dragon. I haven't seen it, but I heard about that. Yeah, I just heard that Finnish was very difficult for English speakers to pick up. I don't know. That's funny, Dragon. All right, last call, last call. Oh, God. American electorate. That's funny. That's funny. I'll have to check that out. Okay. Here we go. Alright, you're going to enter the arch and talk to the owner of the voice. You were intrigued by the voice and find yourself strangely attracted to it. It guides you towards one of the central arches in the east wall. Come closer, so I may speak to you in private. No, not that arch, this one. That's right. Have no fear. I will tell you of the all-knowing one, and tell you where you will find some juicy hobbits. Just a little further, It's so long since I've enjoyed company, and I do so love to find out what happens in the outside world. You pass through the arch and look around. When your eyes have adjusted to the light, you can see that you are standing in a short tunnel which ends several paces ahead in a dead end. There are no glowstones, but a strange glistening sheen covers the ceiling. At the end of the short passage is a shape which you can just make out, and this is actually what you guys see. At the end of the short passage is a shape which you can just make out. It appears to be a human, sitting on the floor and leaning against the wall, a tattered cowl over its head. A leather flagon stands at its feet. "Come closer," said the voice. "My hearing is not good. Can I offer you drink?" Will you approach this bizarre figure, this suspicious figure, sorry, or will you try another arch? Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Totally trustworthy. Completely believable. Hey, Horns fan. Yeah, Cloud. I see some people disagreeing with you on the YOLO. Oh, check me out with my misspelling. That's APP. Whoops. Down with APP. Is that a self-doubt emote there, Cloud? This could be perp face. If he's perp face, why isn't he showing his face? Get down with APP. Yeah, you know me. What's up, 10? How you doing, 10? Get down with OPP. Hip hop parade. Oh, hey. Scroll up to your link. Oh, man. Just when you think we're in trouble, the internet comes to save you, Jedi. You're unworthy to see his face? Okay. That's, you gotta click Jedi's link. Click Jedi's link and all will be explained. By the way, for those of you who are new to the channel, I'm just about to take, I'm going to take a break here in just a minute after we resolve whatever's about to happen here. But my name is Arvanelleron. I am your humble host of this channel. We are currently playing through our monthly playthrough of one of the Fighting Fantasy game books. This is game book number 24, Creature of Havoc, which is difficult, but it's been really interesting and a lot of fun. I am a professional author and a college professor, so I do a lot on story and narrative in games and things like that. I tend to focus on RPGs, adventure games, things like that. I also play a lot of Dungeons & Dragons on my channel as well, and have a special voiceover team. We do a voiceover event once a month and stuff like that. So if that sounds cool, please consider following the channel. Please check out the Steam group and the YouTube as well, and please support that if you possibly can, because we got a lot of cool things for the Patreon. We have a new thing that we've just added, which is an inspiration mechanic. You can actually help inspire the players in the D&D sessions that we play in here. You get one of those per month at the $10 level, two of them per month at the $20 level. Plus, when the channel gets up to $5.50, we will be able to give my voiceover team a raise. At $5.75, the channel will get its own Discord server, and at $600, we're talking about a Talisman tournament, which is going to be awesome. So I'm looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. So thank you and welcome. All right, last call. Last call. Okay, and... all right, the will of chat is that you should approach the suspicious figure. All right, let's see. You growl suspiciously and step closer to the figure. The spines on your back are bristling and every muscle is tense. You extend one arm just far enough to hook a claw under the ragged cowl and flick it aside. But beneath the cowl is not what you were expecting. The sight of the rotten head with its gaping eye sockets makes you stagger back in fright. An evil laugh resounds through the air, coming not from the figure, but from the glistening Chattermaster hanging from the ceiling. Having snared you into its lair with its ability to speak in many tongues, it now drops from its perch to cover you with its sticky web-like body. While you struggle in vain inside the living slime, it releases its deadly poison which will paralyze you. As your struggles subside, the Chattermaster begins to digest your tasty body. You will get no further. Gorgor Bone Cruncher. You did the best you could. You traveled as far as you could. But in the end, it was language that destroyed you. Unfortunately, though you were strong, though you were spiny, though you had long claws, you were not bright enough to avoid a rather obvious trap. And in this life, we will do our best, Gorgor, to carry on. Though you will never live up to the standards of Perpface, perhaps someday you will come to an understanding of why you should never go into strange rooms from strange Chattermaster languages. We wish you Gorgor speed, Gorgor Bone Cruncher. We bid you good luck, and most of all, we bid you adieu. Welp. Most unfortunate. Most unfortunate. Sometimes it's gonna happen, guys. Death count, 1. 1 death. So it was bound to happen due to our luck and not our luck rolls. It's exactly right. Welp. That happened. Fortunately, though, we did save not very long before this, so we did not actually lose all that much time. But yes, now the real Creature of Havoc begins, Dark Souls. Alright, so we are, let's see, going to start this up in a minute, but first, I'm going to take a short break. We actually, I think last one, Massive Mayhem, we died a lot. I want to say we died like 4 or 5 times at least. And the one before that, I don't think we died that many, if I recall correctly. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was something like that. So, yeah, it's true, Terry. So, all right, I am going to take a quick break. I encourage you all to stick around. I'll be gone for about 5-10 minutes or so. While I do so, please enjoy this delightful music from the Power of Icewind Dale. And I'll be back at you guys. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please support the Patreon and stuff like that. And then I will be on my way back. and we will continue. And we'll be going tonight until about 12:30 or so. So I will be back in just a little bit. Until then, everyone, hang tight. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I have brought myself a bowl of Cheerios for my evening constitutional, as they like to say. So you can see for yourself. Power of Cheerios compels you. Okay. By the way, anybody recognize this soundtrack? Because it is not the Icewind Dale soundtrack. If anyone recognized who it actually was. Alright. So we got a death, but we are going to pick ourselves back up, dust ourselves off, and get back into it, people. We still have a chance here. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. So, back here we go. You leave the room through a door in the east wall. And this, by the way, is the save point right after you dealt with the Manic Beast. Remember, you beat the Manic Beast and then you drank the crazy fear liquid? So, the door opens into a dingy corridor which is quite short and ends at a wooden door. When you listen at the door, you can hear conversation rising and falling in pitch as if 2 or 3 creatures or humans were locked into a long discussion. This is your only way onwards. Now, I'm going to jump forward slightly because this is not Coder. No, this is actually... Nope, this is not Knights of the Old Republic. Nope. I'm going to jump forward 1 entry because whether you creep into the room or surprise whatever's in the room, you end up in the same place. So I'm going to make the executive decision to jump forward to the actual inside of the room itself. So the room is roughly circular with doors in the north, south, and west walls. Around the walls, in between the doors, are dark arches, a total of 6, which are large enough for you to enter. But from your position, it's impossible to know how deep they are. The voices which you heard earlier have stopped, as if your entrance has surprised whoever or whatever was talking. There is no sign of any living creature in the room. You step into the center, and you are startled when the door slams shut behind you. You must now decide what to do. Will you leave the room through one of the doors or stay to investigate the room further? And I should point out, by the way, in answer to what Lego just said, that it is true that the arch that you investigated was only one of the arches. So the arch where the guy was sitting there, the secret stuff, that was only, that was only one of the arches. But you guys may still not want to deal with any of the arches, but I wanted to mention. Okay, so what's it going to be? Leave the room, guys, or investigate the rooms? Investigate the room. I would like to investigate a Roomba. They're suspicious. I love that term, right? The Chattermaster. Isn't that freaky? Like, if you're a role-playing gamer, the first thing you do, right, is you always investigate sounds. If there's creatures, you go check out the creatures, you talk to them, you assume that, you might be missing them, otherwise you'll miss some treasure. The Chattermaster plays with your mind, man, I'm scared of voting. Never be scared of voting, Cloud. Make your voice be heard. Yovo, you only vote once. That's actually not true. You vote many times, but you only vote, I don't know, 100 million times. Something. Yeah, this soundtrack, by the way, is the Neverwinter Nights Diamond Edition soundtrack. It's not a great soundtrack, honestly. Neverwinter Nights is okay for a soundtrack, but not amazing. But I just thought for something different. Yeah, exactly, Lego. Cloud. I'm going to go in the same place again. Maybe this time it'll be true. Well, the funny thing is, right, is that obviously in a computer role-playing game, most of the time, at least modern games, there is an opportunity that things might be different this time around, especially if you're dealing with some kind of, like, you know, permadeath, randomly generated, like a roguelike, right? Somewhat. But with a book, you're like, here's the deal, you know? That's a good question. I don't think this is Jeremy Soule. But I might be wrong. Wait, let me look. No, it is. This is Jeremy Soule. I take it back. I guess it just doesn't have the same classic quality of the Icewind Dale or Skyrim or anything like that. Man, I didn't even know that. It's cool, though. Pretty much. Okay, last call on this. Seems like people do want to investigate the room. All right, and we're going to close the poll because this is pretty definitive, I think. All right. So, will you leave the room through one of the doors or stay to investigate the room further? Okay. You guys are going to investigate the room. So, you glance from arch to arch trying to decide whether to investigate them. The stillness is unnerving. Whatever happened to the voices you heard? As if in answer to your question, a sound drifts out from one of the alcoves. And Shadowed, I don't know if you heard this before, but this first portion is basically an unpronounceable, it's basically the code language, but I just sort of read it out loud rather than type it out because he immediately translates stuff into English after that. So I'm not going to bother to write it out, but there's some of the, you know, code language. And then, what about this? Is that better? Ah, yes, I can tell you understand me. Look, I can help you. Maybe you would like me to direct you to a tasty morsel? 2 fat hobbits? Or should I tell you about he who knows all your secrets? I speak, of course, of Zeradan Mar. Come, talk to me. You are stunned to silence by the voice speaking to you in your own tongue. It is inviting you toward one of the arches. Will you enter and speak to the being within, or are you suspicious of this strange voice? Will you enter the arch and talk to the owner of the voice, or do you wish to leave? Now, I should say, by the way, that if you want to explore one of the arches, you need to choose the option that says enter the arch and talk to the owner. This is not the option that's going to kill you off. I want that to be clear. This is not the option that kills you, but if you want to investigate another arch, you have to go to this arch first. So I'm just letting you know if you want to do that. So, okay, here we go. The entry is 104. Entry is 104, Shadowed. Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious actually what it says, but it's not like, I don't think it's urgent, but it's 104. Okay, I'm going to last call because people look to be sort of set already with what it is they want to do. I do want to emphasize, by the way, one of the reasons I'm enjoying this one, this is so ahead of its time. They make you into a monster. You don't really even know what you're doing there. You don't really have control of your actions. You have, you know, this secret language, this code structure that gets set up. It's really interesting. Not perfect, but I mean, definitely ahead of its time. Over here, come over here if you want to learn of great riches in these parts. Okay, cool. Alright, so pretty much the same thing. That's cool. I also like the fact that this gives you the option, even if you don't find the entry that gives you the code to the language, you could theoretically figure it out on your own. Do you not understand the human tongue? Ah, and then he speaks in some other way. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Alright, so 8 out of 1. Perhaps then you speak the troll language. So he does this. Come on in here. Okay. Okay, you are intrigued by the voice and find yourself strangely attracted to it. It guides you towards one of the central arches in the east wall. Come closer so I may speak to you in private. No, not that arch, this one. That's right. Have no fear. I will tell you of the all-knowing one, and tell you where you will find some juicy hobbits. Just a little further. It's so long since I've enjoyed company, and I do so love to find out what happens in the outside world. You pass through the arch and look around. When your eyes have adjusted to the light, you can see that you are standing in a short tunnel which ends several paces ahead in a dead end. There are no glowstones, but a glistening sheen covers the ceiling. At the end of a short passage is a shape which you can just make out. It appears to be a human sitting on the floor and leaning against the wall, a tattered cowl over its head. A leather flagon stands at its feet. Come closer, says the voice. My hearing is not good. Can I offer you drink? Will you approach the figure, or will you try another arch? But it is interesting. That may explain him being a troll, yeah. So... okay, so this is where we died last time, people, just so we know. So oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Rich Troll where we're playing as him, exactly. So if we're a troll, I guess we need to be mortally afraid of fire, right? Like, fire and acid would be really bad. Although this is a sorcery, you know, fighting fantasy, I should say, game book troll as opposed to a D&D troll, but... What's up, Black Belt? See, you didn't get your vote in because you didn't deserve it, see? See, Black Belt? But I love fire. True. That's true. We're not regenerating. You do have that ability to, like, insta-kill. Although not at the moment because you're cursed. And we have the ability to only take 1 point of damage because of the toughness of the hide, but... Despite Black Belt's claim, I think we're pretty clear on try another arch, so I'm just going to last call it here quickly. Thank you for the follow, Shrimpy. Welcome to the Arvanauts. Welcome on board. Alright, I'm going to close this poll because we've got the arch going on, obviously, so... Alrighty, so try another arch. Here we go. You are suspicious of this mysterious figure. You back out of the arch and poke your head into the one next to it. This one is also dark. Thanks, Dragon. And also thanks, Cloud, for the hype. But from this one is also dark. But from somewhere in the darkness, you can see a faint glittering as if tiny raindrops are sparkling as they fall. You cautiously step in to investigate. You reach a pile of rubble lying on the ground. Stones are scattered about as if from a wall which has recently collapsed. You could easily cross the rubble and make for the twinkling lights. While you were considering whether or not to do so, a crash is followed by a shower of dust as a rock falls from the ceiling. Will you climb through regardless to investigate the glittering lights, or will you leave the alcove and try another? Thanks for the follow, Zeraki Wolf. Welcome to the Arvanauts again. So, will you climb through to investigate the glittering lights or leave the alcove? I love Cloud Kingdom's reactions here because Cloud has just been getting more and more afraid. Like, Cloud is like, like, it's really poor Cloud. He's like, it is not shimmering. No, the glitter. No, the Chattermouth thingy was not that. The giant hornet was described as shimmering. This is described as glittering. Very important. This is not described as shimmering, so it is clearly not another giant hornet. I want to be clear about that. This is not say shimmering. It says glittering. And the Chattermouth did not. I don't think the Chattermouth was described as glittering. I'm pretty confident. It might be a glittery kind of shimmering. Cloud. That's funny. Maybe it's a shimmering kind of glittery. What you're going to actually find is you go forward to this one and it turns out that it's a giant chatter hornet. So it basically combines all bad things, right? Like its wings pop up and it's like this, and then it's like, you've fallen into my trap. Blah. Exactly. The second Chattermouth is decked out of bling. If you guys saw Moana, it's the, and I won't spoil it for anyone, but it's the crab. That's who it is. And he looks at you, he starts singing. And it's shiny. When you're looking at my back, it's so shiny. What's up, Holmes? It's the great perp face. The shimmering is the hornet. The glittering is going to be a wasp, right? Right. Okay, last call, last call. Oh. Glistening. Not the same thing as glittering or shimmering. No, Moana. All right. And let's close the poll. Yeah, the tavern music maybe doesn't quite fit the same way. All right. You're going to investigate the shimmering, glistening sheen of the lights. No, I'm just kidding. You climb through the hole in the wall and hold your breath as you step through the cloud of settling dust. The area is not much deeper, and when you reach the end, you discover what the glittering is. From high in the ceiling, a powdery trickle of elven dust is falling through the air. It drops gracefully down from the ceiling, glittering as it falls, but by the time it reaches the ground, it has disappeared. The magical dust is showering you as you stand looking up at it, though you can feel nothing. Elven dust is a magical powder which is an essential ingredient in white elven magic. Though its effects may remain a mystery to you in the immediate future, you may well wonder about the significance of your find. Someone has been trying to wall the elven dust in. Why? Eventually you decide to leave the recess and the chamber. So, elven dust, guys. We can fly! Yeah, exactly. So see? You guys didn't get killed. You guys are so... I mean, you guys get scared too easily, man. It was fine. There's no problem. You may now leave by one of the 3 doors leading from the room. Which will you choose? The door in the north wall, the door in the west wall, whoops, or the door in the south wall? And actually, I'm going to give you guys a save point here rather than 293 because it just doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to do, actually I'll do, I guess I'll add it in, but 405 is going to be the save point because it's just the nature of all that. So, okay, so the door in the north wall, the door in the west wall, or the door in the south wall. Gorgor's sinuses no like bad dust. I believe I can fly. Woo! I believe I can trust the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. See me walking through that open door. I believe I can fly. I can fly. Okay. Is one of the doors where you came through? Yes. Yes. And let me tell you... Or actually, wait a minute. That may not be true. Because I don't think it's giving you the option. No, it's not the same. No. It's not giving you the option for the one that you came from. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's interesting. Is that a magic? Is that what magic cards look like now? Oh, that's from 09. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, that's a weird looking... That does not look like the typical... Huh. It's not their finest work, it seems to me. Hey, Edgy, what's up, man? Oh, it's a... Okay, I don't know the difference. My knowledge of Magic pretty much began and ended with... well, no, I was about to say it began and ended with when I got out of the business of doing it back in, like... Oh, God, when did I play Magic? I think I stopped in, like, 1998 or something like that. So I got back there a long time ago. But that's not true, because I have actually played a couple of... I want to say Duels of the Planewalkers back in like 2012, and I did, and I still have the poster somewhere of the Magic the Gathering card game that was done by Sid Meier. That was a good game, that Magic game. I liked that game a lot. I really liked it. That was a cool game, and I wish they would do something more like that. I would love to have a single-player Magic the Gathering experience. Would be fun. Oh, got you addicted to Magic? Well, good luck. I'm glad you guys are getting married then, because you guys can hang out with each other and bankrupt each other with trying to keep up with every Magic card in existence. That was what happened to me. I never played in tournaments. I just played in like locally in my college, and I got tired of these kids coming in and out buying me, and I was like, yeah, that's enough. The new Yu-Gi-Oh game. You know, I've watched people play Yu-Gi-Oh a couple times, and I've always felt like it seems, and again, this is just me, it seems like not needlessly complex in the sense that I can't understand it. It seems like a bunch of rules added, and I don't know why. Like a bunch of rules that I'm like, why do you need these extra rules? Like it just seems to add complexity without purpose. But again, I have never played it, so I can't say, but you know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is worse than Magic for card cost, yeah. Expensive, yeah, that's it, Rap, exactly. You know what I want? I have to say, I've been telling you guys about, I have been playing Pathfinder Adventure card game, which as I told you guys was amazing. That I love. That game is so awesome. The Pathfinder Adventures that you can get for Android tablet is really great. I've really enjoyed that. But I swear to God, if I could play Lord of the Rings... I wonder if they have the Lord of the Rings limited card game actually for Tabletop Simulator. That would be awesome. Because the Lord of the Rings CCG is really cool. It's quest-oriented. It's awesome. The reason I don't play it is because I can't keep up with it in terms of the cost. And I don't... There's so much goddamn shuffling. But I would love a version like that, like what we have for Pathfinder Adventures to come to PC someday. That would be really sweet. I'd really dig that. Okay, we're going to last call this because we're going to be going south door there. He doesn't, huh? Problem with whenever I tried to build a Magic deck, and I still have some of my original Magic cards somewhere, I always went for like the cool and the symmetrical. I'm just not a min-max guy. I just am not. I'm just not. It's just not at all where I live, you know, in anything I do. I like things that have role-playing connections or role-playing explanations. And I mean, now I'm not going to make a character that's stupid and not going to function. or, you know, whatever, a deck that's going to do that. But I would much prefer a sort of symmetrical, like, Ice Fire deck, even though people will be like, what, that's not as awesome or whatever. But I'm just like, I like building decks that seem cool rather than decks that are like, this is the epic deck that will destroy all the stuff. And it's one of the reasons that I don't necessarily enjoy the card games where you basically have to adjust every mission. So every time you're like rebuilding a deck, I'm like, I just want to play, man. I just want to play. I don't want to have to spend time every time like poring over, okay, maybe 2 hammers of this and 5, you know, potions of the other. I just want to play. Oh, do they really, Black Belt? Yeah. Yep, exactly 10. Iscariot, the Pathfinder game, is called Pathfinder Adventures, and it's based on the Pathfinder Adventure card game, which is done by Mike Selinker, who I happen to know a little bit. So they have, I think, like 4 base sets out now, which is like the regular card game. But Pathfinder Adventures is the conversion to Android, which was done by Obsidian, actually. And I've had that guy on. Nathan Davis was the designer of it. And I had Nathan Davis on. He was the lead dev. And I had him on and interviewed him a few months back, probably about 4 or 5 months, no, maybe 5 or 6 months ago. And I love it. Basically what it is you take one of your characters. You have a character that builds over time. And you have a set of, at least in the initial campaign, you have one story that kind of links all of them together, and the scenarios change somewhat based upon the story that you're playing. And you have a set of heroes that you take, whose job it is to close down various locations, which have villains and henchmen and stuff like that, moving to a sort of final ending, which I won't spoil. But it's really cool. It's a cool story. It's a cool concept. Mechanically, it's fun. There's tons of loot, and I love the character development. Like, that's the best part, is that the stuff carries over, so you actually, you know, carry over your improvements, so that by the time you get to the end, you really feel like you've been with these characters and you feel like you're a hero, you know. Pathfinder Adventure, a card game, also has these like legendary difficulties, which is what I'm going through and playing it now because I played the story. That I'm not as wild about because it's too close to achievements for me, which I don't care about. So I instead, I mean, I've been playing them because I don't have any of the other Pathfinder Adventure card games to play. But I love it, and I'd like to see more of it, basically. Another one like that that's good, by the way, is Race for the Galaxy. Has an AI for that. And Race for the Galaxy is neat. I should actually do that on stream sometime. Race for the Galaxy is cool. It's a little complicated to figure out initially, and I would have to remember again how you play, because it's been, God, at least a year plus since I played it. But it's good, though. Hey, what's up, Topkin? I haven't seen you for a while. What's up, man? That can control. Yeah, I get that with intent, sure. Like, I like those sort of themed ones. Those are cool. I've seen ones that are like minis, like small ones, like there's goblin decks and stuff. Like, that's cool. I can dig that. I just don't want a deck where you're just constantly... But as an example, like, and then we'll get back into it, I'm sorry, but in Lord of the Rings game, one of the things you can do at one point is there's a, I forget what campaign this is in or what level or whatever, but you are looking for... You basically find early on the Lord of the Eagles, and he's been injured. And so one of the things you're doing as you're going through the deck is you are looking for Athelas plants. And if you find enough of the Athelas plants, your job is to do that before you get a certain number of enemies, I believe it is. And then if you have too many enemies, the eagle dies. If you get enough Athelas, though, you're able to heal them. And then that eagle is able to join your party and becomes like, you can use him in a future adventure. Like, I love stuff like that. It's thematic. There's build there. It's really cool. Yes, agreed. I totally agree with that, Horns fan. Yeah, if you read the backgrounds, it gets fleshed out. The other thing is that Paizo, because, you know, with all fairness, and I know the people at Paizo. I know James Sutter, who's the head of the novel line. I have some friends who actually write for them. Eric Scott DeBee did a Pathfinder book. Josh Vogt did a book for them. Chris Jackson, who's also a fellow... Chris and Eric are both fellow Ed Greenwood Group authors, along with myself. So they have books with Paizo as well, with the Pathfinder series. Having said that, Pathfinder, I think, is a little generic. You know, if people say that D&D can have like generic settings, like Forgotten Realms is like genero fantasy, Paizo is super generic fantasy, like very, very sort of traditional type of stuff. That said, though, I think that there are some really good potentials for lore and opportunities in there, and this is an example of that. Like, the Pathfinder Adventure card game allows you to really flesh that out, where you get to know those characters a lot more and the sort of things that they come from. So yes, I agree. That definitely fleshes it out for sure. Okay. Yes, so we're doing the south door. Sorry about all that. Okay. The door opens and you find yourself in a corridor which heads south for a few paces and then turns to the west. Your claws extend themselves, ready for a sudden encounter. You follow the passageway around the corner. Eventually you reach a point where the passage turns back southwards. But something on the rocky floor in front of you has attracted your attention. In the elbow of the bend is a large black circle which seems to shimmer in the blue light. Perhaps it is a pool of liquid, or maybe some dark metallic substance? As you're considering this, you hear a noise behind you which may have been a quiet footstep. Is someone following you? You turn round but can see nothing. Now you must decide what to do. Will you investigate the shape on the floor, or will you try to avoid the circle by walking around it? You have unlimited data. All right, cool. Well, good, Top. Welcome back to the fray, then. I'm glad that worked out. I've definitely heard stories like that before about the data situation, so I'm glad you got it worked out. Exactly, Cloud. It wants us to think it's a hornet. It's like, I am a puddle. I am an innocent puddle, not a wing of a bug's. So buzz off. I mean, please depart. It's true, Fallen. There's never a stick when you need it. Yeah, it's just mercury. It's fine. Indeed, it's an oil slick. No. It's a cereal spoon, man. It's your garden variety cereal spoon. Can I do this? I don't know if I can. I used to be able to do that. There's some trick to it. I don't remember what it was. There is no spoon. Spoon! Yeah. Well, the smaller camera window, maybe. Okay, investigate the shape on the floor. Alright. You retract your claws so you may feel the strange shape with your fingertips and you step up close to it. But as you bend down to touch the dark circle, it moves much more swiftly than ever you could. In an instant, it has expanded to engulf the very ground on which you were standing. You suddenly find that you are standing not on solid rock, but on nothing. Down you fall through the void until the journey becomes too much for you. You pass out in the blackness and will never know the gruesome fate which awaits you in the depths of the Black Mouth floor trap.
Like me,
Gorgor Bone Cruncher. They say curiosity killed the cat. But they never ran into this. Because here, curiosity killed the Gorgor. This is what happens when you trust a shimmering light surface enough to walk right up to it. And in this life, we must carry on as best we can, as best we will. We will try to live the monstrous life. It's a life that chose us. We didn't choose it. It'll be difficult to make it on without you, but we'll do our best. Godspeed to whatever fate awaits you, Gorgor Bone Cruncher. We wish you Godspeed and adieu. I can't anymore. Oh, poor Cloud. I know. This is deadly, man. It's deadly. All right, our second death. Now, again, the good news is you just saved before this, so it's not a disaster. We didn't lose a lot of time. But, man, scary stuff, man. I know, right? The shiny elvish dust. Apparently, don't investigate the floor. We did, Iscariot. Exactly, Purple Face. Perp Face he's been pimp face so far, man. I mean, like, he's been getting it done. All right. Here we go. So, let's get ourselves game face, people. Game face. We are right. We will get this going again. All right. You may leave. So we're back in 405. So you're inside the room. This is after you have the elven dust. So you've been covered with the elven dust still. So this is right after the elven dust. Every time we die, I lose a piece of myself. You may leave by one of the 3 doors leading from the room. Which will you choose? The door in the north wall, the door in the west wall, or the door in the south wall? Now, as a reminder, the last time we went through the south wall and you saw what happened that time. So I'm just letting you know. So we got the door in the north wall or the door in the west wall. Apparently, Steve Jackson said when he was asked about this that he had run into a bunch of fans who had told him that they really wanted the next Fighting Fantasy Gamebook to be super hard. And so he did this. And he did that. And then he said apparently it was a little bit too tough. Which, even back before we had computer games, you should always ignore the people who say to make it tougher, right? How many computer games have been ruined by people who are like, can you make this harder? How many times has that ruined a game? Oh, there's not enough challenge. Can you make it harder? And then they just ruin it, right? So again, but and I think it's funny coming after Massive Mayhem because I thought so far the toughest ones, House of Hell still to me is the hardest one. House of Hades is definitely the hardest one. The second hardest though was probably Appointment with Fear, although we could maybe get through that. It's just long, but whatever. I would say Massive Mayhem was probably the third toughest. I mean, like, Massive Mayhem was brutal. Absolutely brutal, so I don't know. Yeah. Well, and what I mean is they ruin it because of that specific thing. Like, they ruin it because they're like, oh, let's make it harder, you know? Oh, Thorg, I love it. I love it. The first Appointment with Fear playthrough, where we did it with Tin Man games, that I get no sympathy for you guys on that one, because that was just completely... That was just hot garbage. That was you guys just deliberately sabotaging because you wanted to have fun and pretend to be a non-hero. Even, remember Ben Cosmina and Kamina Vincent? Remember they didn't even, like, they were just like, they just were cracking up because they had never seen anyone do that, so. Ben Cosmina, by the way, has recently left Tin Man Games as well. So it's just Kamina. Kamina is already left some months before that. And now Ben has left. So, but Neil Renison is still there. And actually, Neil recently got in touch with me. I'm going to be responding to him tomorrow. I haven't had a chance to respond to my emails. But Neil, who is the CEO of Tin Man Games, just got in touch with me about another game that they're working on that he wanted to hook up with me about regarding. So I may be giving you guys a little sneak peek on another one of their games in the not too distant future. Right. That's my goal for everything. Right, but that's what I mean, Edgy. Like, but it's not just beta, though, I have to say. It's also when you have, like, regulars who go through and they just blast through the game and they finish it in, whatever, 2 days. And then they start complaining about a lack of content, whatever. And then for the regular person who just plays through more or less casually or even at a normal rate of speed, when the company then tries to balance the game for the hardcore psychopaths who are like, 10 times ahead of everybody else, then, sneak peek is right. I don't want to say what game it is, Shadowed. I do not want to reveal that information publicly. I can actually talk to you about it in private, but I do not want to reveal that information publicly because I kind of don't want to do that until I know for sure what the details are. But he has approached me about something, so yeah. Yep, Tim Man is good people. Okay, last call. Last call here. Fine. I got to maintain the confidentiality of my source information, Shadowed. This is the only way that it works. Okay, and let's close that poll. Okay, the West Wall. You guys are going to laugh when you hear what this is. It's a virtual reality. Oh, how awesome would that be? Dude, virtual reality choose your own adventure would be epic. It'd be awesome. Okay. You step up to the door in the West Wall and tug at the handle. The door will not budge. You grunt in anger, take a step back, and prepare to smash the door. But the door is stronger than you thought. You nurse your sore shoulder for a moment, lose 1 stamina point, and then return to the center of the room. So now you have a chance to try one of the other doors. So we already know that south is death, west doesn't work, so basically 300. Basically north is what we're talking about. So here we go, north. North. Here we go. The door opens into a narrow passageway heading north, and glowstones flick on to light your way. Unlike the other passageways you've been traveling along, this one has a cobbled floor. The cobblestones feel smooth and pleasant for your great feet to walk on, but you cannot ignore a feeling of apprehension since the stones must have been laid by an organized and intelligent creature. You follow the passage for a short while until suddenly a loud clang sounds behind you and stops you dead in your tracks. You wheel round to find that a heavy portcullis has dropped behind you and sealed off the passage. You step back to test it, but the bars are much too strong for you to smash or even bend. You have no choice. You turn round and continue north up the corridor. Excuse me. A little further ahead, you reach a crossroads. The glowstones light up 3 ways onwards, but you cannot see very far down the passages. Will you continue northwards, try the passage to the east, or try the passage to the west? So, will you... And what I'm going to do is actually, guys, I'm going to jump this, I'm going to jump our save point forward to this point because we found out what happens with the south door because the west door doesn't work. So I'm just going to jump it forward to this point because otherwise it doesn't, there's no logic in going through all that again now that we know the drill. So, let's see, clear the room. So, Okay, continue northwards. Try the passage to the east or try the passage to the west. What is it going to be? Go west to the open air. Go west. Ba 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 ba. All right, we have some difference of opinion here. Indecision is not permitted. Yeah, exactly. We got some people thinking about north, some people are thinking about west, even a couple people thinking about east. Of course, Dragon votes for 2. Chat evenly split. Who will break this titanic struggle? All right. Passage to the west. Oh, I remember this. Man, I played a good deal of Neverwinter Nights back in the day. Okay. So we got tie and continue northwards. Yes, hilarious, people. Hilarious. Oh, man. It's like Kobayashi Maru. All right. We're tied up here. 4, 4, and 4. We need someone to break the tie. To break the tie. What's it going to be? Continue northwards. Try the passage to the east or the passage to the west. I'm going to last call this here. I can show you the world, shining, glimmering, splendid. All right, and the passage to the west wins. All right. Good stuff. Okay, so you will try the passage to the west. Phil, rise again. Nope, sorry. Bowl's over. Okay. So you're going to head west. You reach a dead end. The light is dim and it is difficult to see, so you grope around for a possible way onwards. I gave you a last call. I totally gave you a last call. You reach a dead end. The light is dim and it is difficult to see, so you grope around for a possible way onwards. There is none to be found. You turn round and return to the crossroads. Will you now continue north or east? right. Poor Cloud. Cloud will always remember February 4th, 2017. Perp face, never forget. The North will prevail. All right, last call. Last call here. Blib dual poop. Oh, God, Blib dual poop. I swear, it's still to this day, Blib dual poop. Yep. 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 You speak the truth, Rap. All right. North it is. Okay, so you guys are going to head north. Okay. You have chosen Poland. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. You follow the passage to the north until you reach a junction. To the left, you can see that the passage soon reaches a dead end, but on a ledge in the end wall is a large orb of clear stone. To the right, you can see that the passage disappears around a bend heading northwards. Will you turn left and head towards the orb, or will you turn right? Cloud has got that thousand dice roll stare, that thousand page stare. That's what he's got. I've seen things, man. I've seen perp face you wouldn't believe. Okay, so let me see this for you guys. I figure for this target audience, this should be a pretty safe bet. But what movie is this from? I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Moments that will all be gone now, like tears in the rain. What's it from? Yep, Blade Runner. That's right, Vrex. Did you know Vrex and... Yeah, there we go. See, I love it. You guys are all well-educated. Good stuff. Well-educated. Did you guys know that that speech was improv? Did you know that Rutger Hauer just came up with that? And it was one of those deals where he did it and the director was like, Ridley Scott was like, roll tape. And Harrison Ford is just looking at him. And I would argue that that is Rutger Hauer's best role. He was good in that role. Yeah, Blade Runner. It's funny. Blade Runner is one of those few examples where I think it's equally as good as the book, but in a different direction. Like, I teach, actually, in my science fiction class, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep is brilliant. It's really, really well done. It's a great book by Philip K. Dick. Blade Runner is also great, but it's a very different kind of movie in a way. I mean, it's strange. So, you're watching Blade Runner right now? Yeah, like Teardrops in the Rain. Teardrops in the Rain, that's right. Blade Runner is the reason I live. See, I don't know, Thorg. I feel like what you've just said describes the Fifth Element for me. I like the Fifth Element quite a bit, but I think Fifth Element's style kind of overrides its substance. Like, I think the Fifth Element is a really gorgeous film in a lot of ways, really well put together, not just like how it looks, but I mean just everything about the feel of it. But I don't know that the Fifth Element is a great movie. It's an enjoyable movie, but I think it goes a long way in terms of its style. Blade Runner, I think, is a little bit different. I think for what it's trying to capture, it does very well. You got to remember that what it was doing at the time, 1980, 81, something like that, the movie comes out, it's capturing stuff that's very difficult to capture in the proper sort of way. So I don't think I would say it's overrated. It's not my favorite movie. I don't think Blade Runner is the best movie that's ever made or anything like that. But yeah, attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. Yep. Yeah, it feels like sometimes to me, yes, good example of Stargate's a good example, Parker. Yeah, I feel like with Vrexbringer that the thing about the Fifth Element is it's trying too hard. I've always felt that the Fifth Element, you're just kind of like, all right, Chris Tucker, okay, I get it. Yeah, all right, there you go. Yes, Bruce Willis. Like, I feel like it's trying too hard. And it's not organic in a way. It's just kind of like... Now, with that said, I think there were some very beautiful moments in the film. I actually think the film is kind of moving in an odd way. And again, in terms of the overall feel, it's awesome. But it always struck me as a little bit like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy meets, well, Blade Runner. And ended up with this movie, which was good, you know, but I don't think it's as brilliant as people think. Yeah, it's a comedy, Elias, but there's more going on there. It's a comedy in the way that Brazil is a comedy for me. You know, like Brazil is a comedy, technically. There's nothing really funny about Brazil. Brazil is just chilling to me. Brazil is really like, oh my God, like, you know. So it is a comedy technically, but I don't know. And there are funny ones. I mean, there are definitely funny moments in it, but that's not, to me, sort of the focus of it, really, you know? Yeah. Could be. Could be edgy, yeah. And also, it's got Ian Holm in it. It's got some fine actors in it, too, but, you know. I agree. I think that's a good way to look at it, edgy, yeah. That's well said. Okay, so you guys are going to check out this orb. Let's check it out then. You approach the orb. Okay, Shadow, get ready for your translation, man. Its perch is only slightly above your head and you reach up to take it in your hands. But as your fingers close around it, you suddenly leap away. Although its appearance gives no warning, it feels red hot to the touch. Lose 1 stamina point for the burns. Then a shape begins to form in the crystal. Moments later, a shriveled, death-like human face within the orb opens its eyes and glares at you. Its mouth begins to speak, and an eerie voice booms out among the corridor. And here is what it says. Here we go. So here we go, Shadow. Here's what it says. Get those translating fingers ready. What's up, Ghost? That's line 1. That's line 2. That's line 3, and then the last one is... Okay. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Parker. Thanks, dude. Okay, possessed by an old god. Orb of Death. Sphere of Annihilation or D&D campaign. Oh my god. Okay. Foolish creature. Did you think you could thieve the Orb of Daramus? Wow. None may touch my sacred crystal, for it is my eyes and ears. Nice, dude. Okay. There should be one more line, right? And my weapons you shall see. Okay. Now, what will you do? See, this is why I waited for the translation, because that gives us information. So, what will you do now? Do you wish to wait and see what the face in the orb does next? Yeah, let me do that again. Do you wish to wait and see what the face in the orb does next? Or will you leave it and either take the other branch of this passage, or return to the crossroads and go west or east? So, in other words, do you want to... You can leave if you want to. Do you want to... I do want to point out that he is a face in an orb, though, Cloud. Okay, so you're going to wait and see what the face... Now that you know what he said, are you going to wait and see what the face in the orb does next? Are you going to leave it and take the other branch? Or return to the crossroads and go west, return to the crossroads and turn east? So remember, there's another branch up here that you guys haven't taken yet. What if the orb pursues us?
Translation! Answer me now!
Oh, it's the best.
Don't wait for the translation! Answer me now!
That's the best. I love that. Don't wait for the translation. Answer me now. So epic. Oh, man. I love Star Trek 6. I love the Undiscovered Country. I don't see... If you love Star Trek original series, and I do, and if you love Shakespeare, and I do, I don't see how you can not love... I mean, what is not to love? Like, it's got everything. It's got Shakespeare. It's got Christopher Plummer. It's got freaking epic Star Trek. I mean, it's great. What if this is a Wizard of Oz deal? Maybe a bit of a stretch, although I know it's sort of half being funny. I do like Space Hobbit nuisance. My bitterness at Will Wheaton for Wesley Crusher was mostly just related to the fact that he had Ashley Judd. That was rough, that episode, huh? Eyes and ears. Yeah, Gorgor takes orb and shoves it under armpit. Exactly, Repskine, exactly. Exactly. You're just like, I don't trust you at all. Must have a face-off with this orb. Okay. So you are going to leave it and take the other branch. Alrighty, so take the other branch of this passage. Let's do it. Okay. The passage turns to the left, and you follow it for some time until you feel that perhaps this corridor has no end. Eventually, you see a particularly dark area straight ahead. Will you investigate, or would you rather turn around and go back? Will you turn around, or will you investigate? You feel like chat almost condemned us? All right. Okay. That's logical, Rap. That is logical. Nothing but shimmer down here. All right. And okay, so you're turning around. All right. Okay. You turn back towards the crossroads. You continue to the crossroads and may take either the passage to the west, which is blocked, or the passage to... Actually, wait a minute. I take that back. You may take the passageway to the west. I take that back. So, you turn... Because that's the only place you haven't been. So you take the passageway to the west. Sorry. My bad. As you head down the western end of the passageway, you begin to feel a rather strange sensation. You feel a part of your body beginning to glow. The tips of your claws seem to be glowing translucently. As you shine your translucent claws upon the space around you, you suddenly notice a slight glow in the blue stone ahead of you. Finally, a shaft of blue light shoots up around the wall, and let me see. I lost my place. And smoke hisses from the crevices around the wall, forcing you to step away from it. When the smoke clears, a gap has appeared in the rock face. An eerie green light lights up a narrow passage below. Will you step through and explore this secret passage? So I'm not going to put up a poll for this. I'm just going to ask, do you want to take this secret passage, or do you want to go back to the crossroads again? So, do you want to explore the secret passage or not? Is my question. Yes? Yes, yes, yes? Go down the new... Okay. All right. You step into the passage and your eyes adjust to the green light. You breathe cautiously as you progress, but it seems that the smoke is not harmful, though it smells a little pungent. Hold on one second here. The passage leads after only a few paces to impenetrable blackness. Not even the green light is penetrating the dark. Your eyes strain to see anything of the surroundings, but without success. Suddenly a light flickers to your left. A small flame lights up something. It is a human face. The face is motionless, and its eyes are closed. The skin is old and withered, and you cannot tell whether it is alive or dead. Another light flickers. Another somber face lights up before you. And another. Eventually there are 4 faces, all dimly lit, around the chamber. An instant later, their eyes and mouths flick open wide, and the silence is broken by a sharp voice which cuts through the darkness. The effect is terrifying. Let me see if I can get that going. Let's see, there's echo. What about this? Echo. No, echo. 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 Test. Test. Echo. Echo. Test. Est. Echo. Echo. Oh, there we go. I like that. You paravrapak fus fsab funt would pitched varum pedovent or fep for instant vindpunt. Spol for brave puft in the dump for will et funk of oak nup one put urban hin prow hoopt. Bovitape fo feeks batch dow pip of fam purst to velp ulpst. Zur rumt bram brajums front of the epsa divse repte puvs the journey. Burf oshala frump jujle heze, dwung zo bid and put omnet jink. Fup osh brunet brimdet some rumps fur. Jiffy pvuk manavided strentiment daffament from brump up pif or for second nifty. E perfo first deep purred fresh as JC's. Ruth putiver off, brush up of your left, they flew you flippish, libest, lavanemis nished. Lift from vuff up nafta the daph, F ravisham, F tevle. Jullope effort chug. Your thoughts. Your thoughts, chat. Your thoughts, chat. Test. I'll print that out. I just wanted to say it. Okay. Alright, here we go, Shadowed. And see if you guys can work along with him, also. Cloud, were you not paying attention in Spanish class? All right, that's the first line. Okay, there's your first line there, Shadowed. Okay, here's line 2. I try him for Remstein. Okay, so there's line 2. Okay, so the first line, there's the next line. So the first line Shadow just translated is, your progress has been watched, foul creature of destruction. Okay, so far you have done well, though you know not who or what. And then we get to Buvte thing. Okay, there's the next line. Okay, let's see. But you have caused 2 of the vapors to be lost. So that's the third line. That he just translated, I should say. Zaraden Mar himself has decreed your destiny. This is good music for this, actually, don't you think? This is the translation freaky music. You shall remain in his dungeons and do my bidding. That's lovely. For I am Daramus, your master. This Daramus dude, though. If you can understand, turn to reference 90. We'll come to that in a minute. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So here's, I will be watching. All right, so here we go. So this is the translation. Your progress has been watched, foul creature of destruction. So far you've done well, though you know not who or what. But you have caused 2 of the vapors to be lost. Zaradin Mar himself has decreed your destiny. You shall remain in his dungeons and do my bidding, for I am Daramus, your master. If you can understand him, turn to reference 90. Your first order is this: report for duty at the Yellowstone mines. Leave now and head there immediately. I'll be watching. Okay, but it says to turn to 90. Okay. So, we can understand him. Here we go. You growl defiantly at the voice. This is all clutch. The second vapor, so the first vapor was the vapor of knowledge, which you touched. The second vapor you may not have run into or encountered, or you may not know that it's a vapor yet. I can't say anything more than that. Basically. You growl defiantly at the voice. The 4 lights flicker and extinguish. Almost immediately, a background luminosity begins to light up the area, and you can see where you are. The room you were in is large and appears to be quite important, judging by the rich drapes and gilt-framed paintings which hang on the walls. The scenes depicted in the paintings seem to be of hell itself. The 4 faces you saw are elaborate carvings in a soft clay-like material. Standing before you is a tall, gruesome creature dressed in a flowing black cape. 2 red eyes shine out from the depths of its hood. Daramus turns to speak to you. You are a recent arrival in these dungeons, he says. You are a fine specimen and are a credit to your creator, Zaradin Mar. Yes, this is so. You have been created by Mar and created for a purpose. Zaradin Mar and his physician, Quimmel Bone, are obsessed with Maranga, the reformation of life. They continually experiment with the effects of potions and spells on creatures. Some they merely transform from one type into another. Others they create from preserved organs. Their experiments are not always successful, but when one does succeed, it is sent to me here for observation before its future is finally decided. A future has been decided for you, though I know not what it is. This is of no concern to me, but your immediate duty is my concern. But you must be put to your work in the Yellowstone mines. But I will offer you one other alternative. If you do not wish to work in the mines until Mar calls for you, you may choose another future for yourself. Death. His final word turns into a chilling laugh which resounds around the room. You set your teeth and glare at the creature. You will not be ordered what to do. I take it then that you choose my second alternative, he says, opening a book on the desk. He begins to read something from it aloud. Will you step over and grab him by his neck? Will you wait to see what happens next? Or will you try to escape through the secret passage in the west wall? Okay. You know that the one vapor that you know for sure was the vapor of knowledge, and it gave you the ability to control your creature's movements and stuff, but you don't know about the other vapors. Okay. All right. Ah, we've got some interesting disagreement here about how to handle this. Whether to step over and grab him by his neck, whether to wait to see what happens next, or to try to escape back through the secret door. All right, last call here. We got a tie on these on those top two choices. Hey, Sunlit Karma. Okay. Okay. Alright, wait to see what happens next. Step over and grab him by his neck. Alright, so we got the last vote here. Alright. Okay, here we go. We're going to wait to see what happens next. Daramus picks up a jar while he reads from the book. He concentrates his thoughts and seems to focus them on the jar. Then he reaches inside, pulls out a handful of grains of rice and sprinkles them over you. Before you can react, his spell has taken place. The grains of rice have formed into death maggots, small grubs with voracious appetites and sharp teeth which will rip even your tough scales to shreds. Scores of the tiny creatures are now feasting hungrily on you, and you desperately try to swat them with your hands. Although you do succeed in killing many of them, many more have wedged themselves between your scales and even bored into your flesh. You look up in agony at the undead creature, but Daramus will show no mercy. His hand reaches into the jar, and he tosses another handful of rice over you. Gorgor Bone Cruncher, you encountered Daramus, but you did not encounter your salvation. Some rice became maggots. Some maggots ate through your skin. And now you're not going to make it. And in this life, we will hope to continue on, learning from you, the one who waited for Daramus to throw death maggots on you. May we learn from your lesson of bravery. May we learn from your lesson of stupidity. Most of all, may we learn. We wish you Godspeed, Gorgor Bone Cruncher. May the rice you eat in heaven be always of the typical Uncle Ben's kind. We wish you Godspeed and adieu. Death by rice maggots. I know. Like, of all the ways that to die, I think that's got to be one of the more unique ones that we've got. Okay. So, 3 deaths. So, yeah, so I did not go to a wrong entry there. There is a way out of that situation. There's a couple of things you could do, but one of the things you could do, you don't, well, I don't want to get into it, but there is something maybe that could have been done. Sort of theoretically, but yeah, possibly. I think the record is like 5 or 6 and we're on 3 so far. So it's entirely possible, that could happen. But, believe it or not though, we did actually make pretty good progress. And I just want to double check and see where the save point is, because I think, let's see, there's 213, there's 233. I think it was 213, 233. Yeah, right before the secret passage is what I thought. Yeah. Should have flicked a couple in Daramus's direction. Yeah, that's right. So. Ah, yes, before the orb. That is correct. Okay. So, let me go back to that, actually. North or eastern. Okay. Yes. Yeah. No, you're right. That's a good place to do it. Okay. So we're going to do that at the save point of 443. All right, guys. So good stuff. That I think is going to wrap it for us for this evening. Although I had a really good time. I hope you guys did too. And we did make some progress in this book. We did get farther on, and we will continue to see what happens when on Tuesday when we continue to try to play through this book. I'm not going to go longer than 3 sessions on this book. If I have to hold it over till next month, I will, because we have a lot that I want to get done. And although I love the Fighting Fantasy game books, there's D&D to play. There is Dishonored 2. I really want to get through Dishonored 2 this month, and other stuff. So I don't want to spend forever on this. So if I have to, I'll hold it over into March, and we'll keep going on it in March until we finish it one way or the other. But I'm hoping that we can get it wrapped on Tuesday, and we'll see whether we can do that if at all possible. But if not, we'll hold it over until early in March, and that's fine. But I want to thank everyone for being here, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I hope, moreover, that you will be able to support the stream in one of multiple ways. Number one, following the stream is a really awesome thing that you can do. Obviously, going to the Steam group, ! Steam group, ! ArvTubes. You can check out past broadcasts of the stream is always a good thing. And the Patreon, which is sitting at 448 as we speak. ! Arvtreon will get you over to that. Our very own Shadowed Mage, Translator Extraordinaire, is going to be doing something with the bot, which will be allowing us to keep track of the new Patreon rewards, which I have now put up on the Patreon. And that is that at $10, you will get an inspiration, which you will be able to use to inspire one of the D&D players in the campaign. This will be either D&D with viewers, or it will be Dungeons & Dragons with the Infinity and Beyond crew. It's up to you. It doesn't matter where you want to use it. You can use the inspiration either way. If you support at the $10 level, you get 1 of those inspirations per month to hand out to a player. If you support at the $20 level, you get 2. So please consider supporting the Patreon if you can, because it definitely helps the channel. It's never a requirement, but it is always appreciated if we can make it happen. $5.50 would be the Our Vocalist raise, $5.75 the Discord server, $600 the Talisman Tournament, which would be awesome. Next time you're going to see me is going to be Tuesday, when we're going to hopefully wrap up Creature of Havoc, and then, as I said, move on to the D&D with the GOG stream team, which is going to be happening on my Pen and Pixels show later on that day. I might be playing on Monday, doing some creative writing short story streaming, but it depends. I am going to be getting together with someone Monday, so it depends on whether I get back from that in time. If not, then I'll definitely be with you guys on Tuesday. So now we're going to do a raid, and the way that we do raids here is like this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase raid. And the key here is to wait until you see the whites of their eyes. No, is to wait until you hear my audio outro. And once you hear my audio outro, then you should let that drop in there like a mighty stream. And let me check and see who it is that we are going to raid today. Gonna figure out who to raid today. I don't know who it is. Let's see. Okay, I think I know who we're going to raid. And I think this is a person who people will appreciate raiding, I believe. So I'm going to put that up there. Good night, folks. Good night, Parker. Oh, thanks, Cloud. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you had a good time. I love the Fighting Fantasy series of books. I love that we do these. They are enjoyable to me, and I'm really glad that when we get a chance to do them, and it's fun, and we're getting through them. This is like, I think this book actually is almost halfway through the entire series, because I think there's close to 50 books, and we're almost up to book 25, so we're getting there. After which we would probably do the Sorcery series again, maybe, I'm not sure about that, and then there's always the Lone Wolf series to do, so there's lots that are out there before we ever exhaust any of these, and Tin Man has got their own games, and so lots of good stuff. Okay, now let me check out and make sure this person is still streaming. Hang on. Okay, lovely. So I know exactly who we are going to raid. Yeah, you got your work cut out for you. That's exactly right. And first, you got to get through this. It's going to be difficult, definitely, to get through. These are not always the easiest things. So we will see if we're able to get through like this. So with that said, I want to thank all of my wonderful mods. First of all, thank you to Dragon Spear. Fallen, it was good to see you again. Congratulations on your engagement. Congratulations to your fiance, Zero Key Wolf, who was in here, of course. Thank you to Shadowed Mage, and thank you to Thorg. Special shout out to Shadowed for doing all of the translations today. Thank you so much, Shadowed. I appreciate it, man. Great job today, as always. Thank you to my regulars, to Apples, to Cloud Kingdom, to Dragonwright, to Parker, to Edgy, to Ekag, to Ghost, to Jizase. What's up, Jizase? Thank you to Hishel, to Horns Fan. Thank you to Jedi Knight, Kavoth, to Lethal Joseph. Thank you to Mr. Chamberlain, to Nonstop, to PKD Fan, Poltergeist Zero, of course, Rapscallion, as always. Thank you to Scriptlet, to Shrimpy. Thank you again for the follow tonight, Shrimpy. Thank you to Stroumpf, to Sir Brucible. Thank you to Spurious. Thank you to Sunlit Karma. Thank you to TNS, to Topkin. Welcome back, Top. Thank you to you, Christensen, to Uncle Elias, to Vegs. Thank you to Vrexbringer, and thank you again to Zero Key Wolf. Great job tonight, guys. A lot of fun. I had fun, and I hope that you guys did as well. With that said, as we leave for the night. Oh, and let me before I forget this quickly, let me save this. Like so. Lovely. Okay, want to make sure that I save that before I exited out of it. Okay, good. So with that said, I'm going to head over to this channel, and I'd like you guys to go as well. So again, don't go here until you hear my audio outro. We're going to go over to Murin. Murin right now is playing Fallout 4. I think she's doing some like table construction in her house or something like that. But let's go over there and give her some love. Murin is a good person, a member in good standing of the R Vocalists. And let's go over there and give her some support as she puts stuff together in Fallout 4. That's going to do it for me. Thanks to everyone. Love you all. We will continue with Creature of Havoc and hopefully wrap up this Havoc-filled creature in the very near future on Tuesday. Until then, have a good couple of days. Everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.
Fresh and new, when it all seemed clear to you, when your aim was straight and true. Were your mind untroubled by the questions in the dark, content to play your part, open pathways to your heart? Were your life untainted by a host of broken dreams, when all your acts were queens, understood all that it means? Could you have understood the way your life was bound? Did you ever wonder how you got from there to now? Oh yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. search now through your pile of broken lies, and you said a fake goodbyes, another cynical disguise. When will they catch you? All those little things you said. Will it turn around instead? Blame the voices in your head. With all your subtle language, try and turn your life around. If your center gets unwound, you do your best to slow things down. And if you feel things that you never felt before, things that shook you to your core, a shattered truth you can ignore. Oh, yes, you're gonna fly away from here when the sky grows more clear and your problems disappear. Drift away down below, watch them go down to your friends where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. And when you've struggled and you keep on falling back, 'cause it's confidence you lack, you try and take a different tack. You can turn and face your demons, or you can give yourself a break. You can go a new direction, life is only what you make. When it comes to your own vision, when you got to